see everybody. It is wonderful to see everybody. It's wonderful to see everybody on the screen as well. And a big shout out to Pat, because putting all of this together and in our boardroom before all the upgrades done took a lot of effort, but we really appreciate it. Great staff, and it's really just nice to have everybody in the room again, or most everybody. So with that, can we call the roll?
Martha Whitmore.
Present.
Kathy Chandler Henry. Tom Albee. Beckley. Mike Richard.
Here.
Kathleen Curry.
Here.
Stan Henry.
Here.
Scott McGinnis.
Here.
Tom Gray. Mark Catwick. John Keeley.
Here.
Alvin Vandenbrink.
Here.
Ruby Hazard.
Here.
Taylor Haas.
Here.
Okay, it appears we have a quorum. So the first thing on the agenda is to review the agenda. Are there any additions or corrections or deletions from the agenda?
I didn't have any,
All right,
nothing.
motion to approve.
So moved.
Albee, second. Richard. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we've approved the agenda. Let's go on to the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anyone wants removed for further discussion? If not, I'd accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
So moved by Richard, second to Albee. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right. Peter Fleming, we are ready for the general counsel's report.
Thank you, President Whitmore. Excuse me. I would, as you're normally do, we propose that we convene into executive session to discuss the items listed on your agenda. This time it's under tab 3A, pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402, paren 4B and E.
Okay, motion to go into executive session.
Monger Bose.
Monger,
Second.
second by Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, we will now move into executive session. Is there anybody in the room here presently who should be leaving?
Thank you, Madam President. A few of the staff members will leave the room as well. I think we probably still have some folks on the Zoom that need to be moved into the waiting room, the Zoom room, I guess, that Audrey will help on. I would state for the record, as that process is continuing, that the subject matter in executive session will constitute attorney-client communications for which no further recording needs to be made.
Okay, we are out of executive session. Peter, do you want to summarize the executive session?
I would be happy to, President Whitmore, thank you. During the executive session portion of the River District's board meeting this morning, the board discussed and received advice from legal counsel, discussed with counsel and staff the items listed on its agenda under tab 3A. I believe there was one potential item that was considered for potential action. And for that, I would turn to Jason Turner to make a report on that item related to the Piney River.
We would recommend that the board adopt the motion affirming its intent to develop the Piney River conditional water right, direct staff and council to file a joint application with the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority, seeking a finding of reasonable diligence for this conditional water right.
Okay, is there a motion?
Munger
Yes.
moves.
Munger moves, all the seconds. Is there further discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, take care of that one.
Thank you. So just following the order of your agenda, which unfortunately sometimes does not track exactly with the report, so I can dance around a little bit on the pagination. I apologize for that. But on the agenda, I just wanted to provide the board with an update. We had talked previously about the anti-speculation work group. I was a participant in that, I guess it was a task force, it's called perhaps, Department of Natural Resources Task Force. The final report was issued back in August, subsequent to your July board meeting, where we had a pretty lengthy discussion of the draft report. And there's a link to it on your in your board material. Was also presented on by the state engineer and others at the Water Congress Convention in Steamboat in mid-August. Andy and I had a discussion maybe a month or so ago with Grand Valley water users who had expressed some concerns about the direction of the report, or perhaps the direction of some of my participation and River District participation in that process. I think we had a good meeting with the water users. I won't speak on their behalf, but I think we left the meeting with a much better understanding from our perspective of where they were, and hopefully from their perspective of where the River District was in that process. So that was good. And then if any other folks have questions or comments about that report or where things are headed, we can discuss this at any time. If there are no further or no
Any
questions.
questions on that?
The next item that is tabbed up on the agenda is an update only again with respect to the state engineers measurement rules. Jason, do you want to have one or two brief comments on that as well? But if you want to give a short update on that.
Sure. They initially did, the state engineer's office did a webinar, at which I actually was able to attend, and I think a number of other staff were able to attend. And the process is supposed to be getting kicked off in Yampa, and I believe they've already held some public meetings up there to get input. After they get some input in the Yampa, which is where they started on these measurement rules, and these measurement rules are to conform with the statute that requires you to have a measuring device on your diversions. Their intent after that is then to reach out to the other basins on the western slope for input. They will then put together a draft form of rules, which will then get another round of input, and then the state engineer will hold a hearing pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act, in which interested parties can become a party to that hearing and presumably make, again, more suggestions on those rules if they're not adequate at that point. At that point, those rules would be adopted, and under the APA are then again subject to challenge. It's a higher standard under the APA. The agency's given quite a bit of deference.
And I would just add to that, at least currently, the rules lack a ton of substance. There's not, some of the substantive provisions of the draft rules need to be filled in. We expect that will happen in the coming weeks, months throughout this process. Um, And, we'll be providing comment and participating in that process. There's a couple of issues that have already cropped up in that, some of the definitions that they specify in the rules do not precisely track with the statutory definitions of the same term. So we think they either need to be the same, or if they're not, they need to be clear that the terms that the rules are proposing, are subordinate to and should not be deemed to conflict with or vary the statutory definitions. But that's all we had at this point.
Director Munger.
So I attended the meeting and grilled Mr. Ryan quite intensely a little bit, the meeting in Steamboat. And what he said at that meeting was not in relation and reflect what Jason just said. Jason, Kevin told us at that meeting that these rules were only for Division 6.
Correct.
And they were just going to be for Division 6. And we then were going to be setting the groundwork, and then they were going to take them individually from Division 6 and then maybe apply them. And he specifically said they were not statewide rules and they were going to be Division 6 rules. And I said, well, okay, well, that's fine. We're just trying to figure out what is going on here and how it's going to work. And because and then so all of us are sitting there going, so how have you been operating in Division number 1 and all these other things for all this time with having rules and things, and how you been doing? Well, they've just been using the statutory. So I don't discount the rules, and again, he's going to have another meeting. I think he probably had a meeting in your area, Director Vandenbrink, and so he's having one on the 25th in Craig as well. But yeah, so I don't know their process. That's what they do, so that's their job. But anyhow, the thing is that they're going to adopt these rules, and maybe the rules won't be the same in Division 6 as they are in Division 5 and Division 4 and 1 and 2. And I don't know. So, but anyhow, I just wanted to throw that out there.
I guess we're used to lack of inconsistency there, because we haven't had a full-time water commissioner now and throughout the White River, very intermittently over the past 10 years. So frankly, they come into our basin without really even knowing how it operates. I'm going to hold up what Doug said specifically, because that was verbatim what was said at our meeting as well. So these are Division 6 rules, period, that are coming up right now. So the public gave the same thing, to where there was a lack of consistency with. You gave us already 3 notices in some areas. Some got 2 notices that you need to put in a flow control device or a measurement device and a head gate, but then you rescind the order, then you come back and you do another one, then you don't follow through with that order. What do you want? Tell us what you want. Come up with your rules. We'll abide by the rules, but come on, let's get consistency. Let's get our records up to date. So our records can be logical and use them appropriately. But also let's get some feet on the ground so you can work interactively and learn what these water users need. And so these people can know who you are. Because right now, anytime they see you, all they're seeing is a badge come up where it's a regulator coming in. So, and I know in Rangeley, we had about 24 people. So that's a fairly good turnout for that little part of the world. And Meeker, I'm guessing there was 50 people. They packed their firehouse. It was packed, standing room only.
Wow.
So they're looking for consistency, and I think they kind of translated that to the division engineer as well. And there is some definitions as well on how our part of the world works, because it's pumped versus flood irrigation or direct diversion. It's a little bit different in there, and we have some, they classify them wells, others are classifying them as mild infiltration galleries, where they're 3 feet off the riverbank just to get the sediment out of there, so you don't tear up a $5,000 impeller on a pump. So things like that were brought up. So
Director Elby.
Oh, if I can just say, we will relay the concerns we're hearing. I similar to Jason, have been under the clear understanding that these are and not intended to be statewide rules, but intended to be Colorado River Basin and tributary rules as the first step towards the state being ready to implement or to enter into the discussion about compact compliance rules for the Colorado River Compact, which affects not only Division 6, but 5, 4, and 7.
So in any of this discussion, have they clarified what they take to be an adequate measuring device?
It's my understanding that that will be part of the rules. You know, and I mean, there are going to be a number of different measuring devices that will be acceptable. But again, you know, it strikes me as kind of strange that these would just be for Division 6 if they're implementing a statute. So,
What he said.
yeah, no, we'll definitely follow up with Kevin Ryan and Mike Sullivan.
Director Hazard and then Director Monk.
I've said it before, but it just seems really strange that other parts of the, like our area, we had to have that in place 40 years ago, or we didn't have any water turned on. You didn't have those measuring devices. It just seems really strange that the lower portion of this should be the more intelligent portion. I mean, that's what we understand. You know, we're just kind of the back people, but we've had to have that in place for 40 years, and it just doesn't seem fair that the rest of everybody hasn't had that in place. So I guess it's good that it's starting, but I don't understand how it can only be that district either, or that area.
I think my guess is there's a little bit of semantics and that it's kind of an overlap, is that they are going to adopt rules perhaps by basin, but that the, you know, if this is what you guys heard, but that those rules are going to form the basis of generally consistent rules, if not entirely consistent rules, in the other tributary basins that would then together be used, as Andy mentioned, to begin the process at some point down the road toward eventual adoption.
Munger.
Yeah, so quickly, so when he made his presentation to us and Steamboat, it was, I think he was, you know, it was, ours was the first one. He was trying to get his feet underneath him a little bit. I think it was quite clear to him that he needed to have a more, he was torn between providing some more complete set of rules and having more of it out on a piece of paper, and versus having something that everybody could have their input in. So it was kind of an incomplete set of rules and the rest of it. So anyhow, we all had a little problem with that. I hope that he made some edits to that during the time. The other thing that I specifically had a problem with is the burden of proof that the owner of the diversion structure was going to certify that they were in compliance versus being assumed that you were in compliance, and that the water commissioner would come out and say you weren't in compliance. I still have a huge problem with that. I think you should be presumed innocent and that you have a presumed compliant operating device, and then they have to come out and show that you don't have one to shut you down. You shouldn't have to go in there and certify. I said, who am I certifying this to? You? And so I still have a huge problem with that. So anyhow, I just burden of proof.
Yes, Director Gray.
Well, I just have to say, one of you mentioned that the rules have some conflict with statutes. That's what's heard so far. And the statutes have conflict with the state constitution about the ability to divert water. So is it contemplated that we're going to make rules and then go to legislature and try to get it in statute? Change statute?
No, the state is firm in their belief that the statutes give them, and statutes are, I know, they're compliant with the Constitution, and that the statutes give them the authority to adopt rules.
And I guess I missed one of the most key things that really kind of got flushed out, coincidence or whatever, but back up to where we talked about the folks in the room, and they kind of come out as regulators, you know. They sent out a previous notice. The landowner went ahead and installed all his devices, submitted all his records. He had back records, submitted all those records. A few months later, he's on the abandonment list for the remainder of those water rights. I'll tell you what, that did not sit well in a room when the state's telling you, use it or lose it. And now all of a sudden you got more folks that they're not giving up these water rights. And that's where they followed through as the state rules went. And then they got that letter saying, well, now you've got to go to court. We're here to take your water rights. That's exactly what they feared. And that's exactly what was transmitted during that meeting to a lot of these very senior landowners. So.
Yes, Director Kirk.
Just a quick question. Thank you. Are we going to file to be a party in the rulemaking? Is the River District,
Well, there is no formal rulemaking occurring.
I mean, when it,
at This process,
When it
but
does.
when it
When it
does,
does.
I would, be very surprised if we didn't find a reason to participate.
and then I was just gonna make a point also, it probably didn't, I don't know if it came up for you guys, but Kevin told me that I should tell the Gunnison Roundtable that they would do a public hearing in Division 4 and that Division 4 would be maybe next on the list after 6. So I'm confused. I guess it's the whole River District area.
Yeah, us and Southwest, yeah. So that's our understanding, these rules will be applicable to all. I mean, you folks in the Gunnison are used to measuring your water because you've been over appropriated for over 100 years. So that's, we've heard that Director Trampy was always careful to make that point. So I'm just channeling Bill. I mean, that's pretty clear. You guys are used to it. The main stem of the Colorado, the same issue exists. There's not a diversion that I'm aware of in the main stem of the Colorado that doesn't have a measuring device. So it's just different in Division 6 because you haven't had the regular regimen of calls. But it is important that, from our perspective, that everybody be treated similarly, fairly, transparently in the rulemaking process and in the application of any rules that might come up.
All right. Move on.
Thank you. Yeah, good discussion. It's going to be an interesting process. The next item is the Grand Lake Clarity, something Jason is also working on and potential action.
Yes, we, along with the Bureau of Reclamation, well, let me start out with, the scenic attractions of Grand Lake are specifically called out in Senate Document 8. There were reports back prior to the CBT project of clarity levels of up to 10 meters in Grand Lake. That clarity through operations of the project and moving water through has caused issues there with the clarity. We, with the Bureau of Reclamation, as well as Grand County and Northwest Colorado Council of Governments and Northern Water, entered into an MOU, Grand Lake Clarity MOU. That the term of that MOU is set to expire in January of this year. It was a 5-year process, and it was meant to implement both the narrative standards set by the Water Quality Control Division, as well as these goal qualifiers. And so during the clarity season, all of those entities get together. Well, prior to the clarity season, the Bureau of Reclamation comes up with its operations for the year. And they'll throw out a couple of scenarios. The parties to the MOU consult on those scenarios and say, hey, what if we tried this? We've done stop pumping, we've done these sort of surge pumps, we've done a number of different operations, and sometimes it's worked to improve the clarity. But as I mentioned, that MOU is set to expire this year. The parties have all gotten together and agree that it's been a good process and that it should continue. Now, one of the wrenches that's been thrown into that is these troublesome fire and concerns over what the fire's impacts are going to be because it's essentially surrounded that whole area. This year, I will tell you, we really didn't see, and I don't know if Mike's on Zoom or not, but Mike's been heavily involved in those discussions. But it appears from the data, we didn't see huge negative impacts from the fire necessarily. But it does cause some operational constraints on the Bureau. So we are proposing to extend, and we would like you to authorize the general manager, after approval by council, to extend that MOU with those parties for an additional 5 years. We anticipate that we will take into account, and kind of one of the things we're requesting is that before we have that meeting, before the clarity season starts, that the Bureau of Reclamation identify any known water quality issues associated with these troublesome fire, and so that we can all discuss those in terms of the operations. And like I said, during that clarity season, those parties meet together each week. They analyze all the data that's come in, which includes SECI-DEF monitoring. So they have this disc and you drop it in there and you measure down, and at what level you can't see it anymore, that's your level of clarity.
It's the same technology that's been used for 100 years.
Yes. We also measure a number of other constituents are measured, both in, and one of the issues there is it's a complex system. You've got Shadow Mountain in the mix, which tends to be very shallow. So you can see DO problems in Shadow Mountain. So, you're starting to form algae, so you got to start to move water again. That can sometimes have impacts on the clarity of Grand Lake. So it's a very big balancing act. But our request is that you authorize the general manager, after approval by council, to enter into an extension of the MOU for an additional 5 years.
Need a motion? That's so moved. Staff recommendation.
Albie moved,
Second.
second by Richard. Is there discussion on this or question for Jason on this? All right, if not, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries.
Thank you. The next item under the general counsel's report was respect to potential bylaw changes that we would ask the board to consider in a future meeting, but I'll let Jason chime in on that one as well.
Yeah, this is just an update, and we currently intend to bring these back to you for approval at your January meeting. But in July, the board approved changes to your expense guidelines to reflect that compensation for in-person and virtual meetings would be the same. The bylaws also deal with compensation, and we thought it was important for those to be consistent. There are also a number of places in the bylaws where we thought it would be good to recognize that the board can hold meetings virtually as well as in person. So those are all outlined for you on page 2 and 3 of the report. And I think with, unless anyone disagrees, we would bring those back to you in January for your formal approval.
Yes, just a question. Do we need to address any voting requirements in our bylaws? Do they require that votes be taken in person, or can we accept electronic votes?
I mean, I think it's a great question. I think the change was intended to basically mean that when you are participating remotely in a meeting that was called remotely, or in a hybrid format such as this one, it's just a confirmation, I think, of what has obviously had to be the common practice amongst governmental entities and others of how business has to be conducted. That was the intent, but we'll double check that when we go back.
And, I mean, the bylaws refer to in-person or telephonic. I guess we're just trying to bring it up to date. So also
Right,
now
yeah.
include Zoom.
Yeah, we were covered telephonically, and then we went, well, is this telephonically?
Okay. Yeah, Richard, make it.
Not being familiar with it, so. If we have a member of the board that's traveling, can they call into the meeting and then vote over that? So it doesn't have to be a virtual meeting, so to speak, but they can still call in, although the rest of the board's here, but they had to necessitate a family emergency.
Historically, we have not done it that way. If the meeting was called as a telephonic meeting,
Right.
then, wherever you are, you can participate. If the meetings historically were in-person meetings, and if you had, a circumstance that brought you out of town, then you were not able to participate and were not able to vote or provide a proxy as well.
I
This-
get the proxy side,
Yeah.
but for example, this meeting's a good example. So in Mason County, we're having a meeting. I can telephonically vote on that meeting. I can participate. Though I'm drawn away from this. So you've got a board that has other conflicts.
Of course,
meetings,
sure.
And I'm wondering why we shouldn't consider I mean, that's kind of where technology is moving.
Yeah, I agree. And that's, it's really a board decision. It's how you want to operate your meetings. The way, I think the language that we're proposing
Yes.
would allow the board, when it sets its agenda and calls a meeting, to call a meeting that would allow for both in-person and hybrid or whether by telephone or by other virtual means. That's the language we have that would allow that to happen. How you want to implement that carrying forward is a decision for the board itself. You could say, as a board, we want to continue to meet in person to the greatest extent possible. So once the pandemic is fully over or whatever, that's how we're going to meet. Or you may say, the world is
So the
changing.
point being, this doesn't block us.
Yeah.
Our board.
This doesn't block us
We're
from
going to
doing it.
allow all-in participation.
Now, in fact, we noticed this meeting in exactly that way. Hence, the reason some of our directors are participating by hybrid or by Zoom. Just to voice the traditional reason why the telephonic participation in an in-person meeting was not favored by this board and others, is that the in-person dialogue and exchange of ideas was deemed very important by the board members themselves. And at least historically, if you're on the phone, it's hard to get the full conversation in the meeting and the back and forth. And so our board previously said, we don't want to have that telephones and in-person meeting. I believe that if the board directs us, we will continue to, even with these changes, more appropriately be able to notice every meeting as an in-person and hybrid. It really depends on the pleasure of the board. And I want to stress that these aren't staff's rules, these are the board's rules, and we want to accommodate that. I just want to at least express, I think this board, for the size of this board, has been incredibly functional. And part of that is this in-person, the tradition of being in person for the meetings has been really.
And I think that's the history of any board that you talk to, but you've got a board that's very diverse. You have a winter meeting, and Steamboat blocks the highways, and those directors can't go back home. The director can't go back home and call from his home. So we're headed the right direction. I just want to make sure that by doing this, we did it pretty then. Once COVID, we get through it, the director,
Yeah,
a special case, not
Right.
every time, but
I don't see that, but certainly we're not intending to prevent having that flexibility in the future. And I think, in fact, that's what we are we are intending to do, is to provide for that flexibility. How the board wants to do it in the future is.
Yeah, we might want to remove the phrase in Article 3 that says, if warranted due to circumstances outside the control of the river district. Because there may be, to Director McGinnis's point, there may be a meeting that we want to hold virtually just because of convenience and not due to circumstances outside our control, such as a pandemic.
Sure.
or the best one. I mean, we have our legal updates. She gets an update on something in a month, and everybody shouldn't have to come here to have a special update.
Right.
Yeah.
Good, but before Zoom existed, really the technology is amazing, right? I mean, it's changed so much so quickly, but before Zoom, we'll have telephonic meetings and may even revert to some of those in the future, because in some ways they can be easier than Zoom too.
Director Gray and then Director Albee.
Just a thought, some boards and this board hasn't entertained proxy voting because it's Bill felt that unless you're involved in the discussion, you shouldn't vote. I'm just asking, do we need some kind of protection so that we don't have someone just call in to vote and not be participating? That'd be hard to police, I suppose, but just a thought.
I think that's a really
Agreed.
good point. We've done what we needed to do during the pandemic, but I do think it's a little disjointed to have people kind of always coming and going. I note, however, Director Catlin is with us. Director Alvey has the next comment, and then Director Catlin, you're up.
Well, I think we've always had telephonic meetings, and that's fine for updates and as needed. But I would favor a strong direction of maintaining the quarterly meetings as in person to the greatest degree possible.
I agree with that, but here's a perfect example. So in January, we'll have the legislature in process. That and say, well, Catlin, sorry, you can't be here, you take your choice. So it sounds to me like we'll at least allow some flexibility to address that as it comes. And I don't think we should, in a way, kind of the old fashioned punitive, you ain't here, you don't get to vote. They're here in everything except, and Catlin hears everything we're saying. I think we need to be flexible to maintain flexibility of the different walks of life we have directors.
Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate everyone's concerns. I hate this stuff, but today's the only way I could get there was via this. And when I started trying to, my computer was out on the moon somewhere. So Houston, we have a problem. But this is important to the people that are on the board. If it wasn't important to them, they would not even attempt to attend meetings. They've been appointed by their neighbors and their commissioners to represent those communities, and they're doing the best they can to get there. I think we ought to probably look at the way this one was noticed. It said both in person and via Zoom or by telephone. Because I was outside trying to call you on the telephone while my wife was working on my computer so that I could get there even though I was late. One of the things that's happening is that the River District is needing to meet more and more often because we have more and more issues. The focus of the country is now on the Colorado River. So we are going to be much more touched upon to meet for the benefit of the Colorado River. And I think we ought to make it easy for people to try and do that. I agree. I would never support proxy votes. And, if a guy's not there, he just can't vote. But if we're getting there in a way that allows us to interact and have conversations with other board members, I think the individuals are trying very hard to live up to the responsibilities that have been given to them. But I want you to know, from what I can see, there will be much more work for the Colorado River District in the coming 2 years than we've put in before. Just look at some of the things we're talking about. So, and one of the things about being on the wall, I try not to interrupt. I listen intently. But I try not to just jump in and say, hey, Madam Chair, Madam Chair. But believe me, when it comes down to needing to contribute or to say the things I think I need to say, I'm not timid about that. But I think it's about trying to be, courteous and responsive to the rest of you that have taken, that got there. I mean, I was fully expecting to be there, and then last night everything went to hell, so I couldn't come. Without this ability, there are some people that will not serve because they cannot build their calendars 3 months out. Things happen. And we may lose some really good people because we're not going to allow them to vote on these type of meetings and on this type of facility. Anyway, I think we should be as modern as we possibly can. One of the things we have is a very modern staff. can tell. They've got us set up to where we can do this from anywhere. And I think one of the things we all recognize is that the Colorado River is one of the most important places in the United States today. We need the best and brightest we can get. And anyway, that's my 2 cents. I appreciate you letting me talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Okay, you have final comments, Director. Catlin.
So I'm all in favor of flexibility, and the points are well taken. There are cases where we need that. But again, I just say, I think we need to strive to have at least quarterly meetings in person. It's a slippery slope that one day could result in a bunch of talking heads all around the room on screens instead of in-person board meetings. That's what I think is important that we maintain.
I agree.
Agree. Okay, if we don't have other direction to staff, the bylaws are not before us for action today. They'll be bringing them back in January. Okay. So we now, do you have any other items?
No, I don't, unless there were other questions on the public report.
Perfect. Then I'm going to ask at this time for any public comment on any item not on the agenda. Do you have anybody?
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the public members attending this meeting by Zoom, and I see no hands raised or faces or waving arms. So it would appear there's no public comment on items not on the agenda. I do want to just note that General Counsel, thinking they were going to be ahead of time, it's now 11 minutes late when they handed off the report to the chair. But I think it is time for lunch. I recognize that.
And we will reconvene at 12:30. I think we have it kind of easy today. It appears that staff has brought lunch down here to us. So it should be pretty easy and efficient to grab lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Okay.
Yeah, it's blinking red over here. Oh, it's working now. Taylor, can you hear us? All right, sorry about that.
John Ely, can you hear us?
Okay. All right, sorry about that. But as it's, all this is kind of laid out in the memo, so I'm just kind of repeating some of it and adding some more background. Both Northern and Grand County, they have two sections. There's a map in there, figure 1 again. Area B is where Grand County is working on, and the private lands outside of the Three Lakes area, primarily in the East Troublesome drainage. Most of the work that's been done is really the broad brush stuff that's easily done. If it has design and engineering implications, it's taken a little bit longer to do so and to outline those programs and to get the landowners on board. So the counties, both county and Northern, have hired a watershed coordinator. Grand County took a little bit longer to hire their coordinator, and they looked long and hard for someone with lots of experience. Grand County was not interested in hiring someone that did not have a lot of fire experience. They didn't want to give that person the training. They wanted someone to come in that knew what was going on. And Brian Murphy, originally from OTAC, has been hired, and he's a professional engineer and has more abbreviations behind his name than I've seen on many engineers these days. He's pretty well studied and certified. So he's up there working on all these design engineer projects along with SGM for Grand County. The biggest thing that happened this summer, really, and you look at the figures, is the aerial seeding. The aerial seeding was 2 programs. You had the private lands, and the federal lands came on a little bit afterwards. And again, the primary goal of the EWP is to protect the life and property of private landowners. So the federal lands are generally off limits. It took a little bit of finagling. I was not involved in those conversations directly, but there is another program of aerial seeding which is almost identical in size to the private lands. They're both about 2,500, 2,600 acres. Give or take. So the total acreage being aerial seeded and mulched is about 5,000 acres. Those aerial seeding took over 40 days of operating, 2 helicopters, 12 hours a day, every day of the week. Pretty amazing. 650 semi loads and over 12,000 aerial drops. That's pretty staggering if you ask me. But you can see that the yellow little polygons on that satellite image are where the lands are for the private lands. And you can see that's a real small amount of land compared to the fire scar. But those areas are targeted are on the moderate to heavy erodible soils. So you're looking at the steeper, not the steepest, but the lower angles that do erode and have that. And the real primary thing there that they're doing this is mulching. It's not as much seeding this year. A lot of debate about when to seed because of the propagation of the seed mix late in the summer. And a lot of folks thought any seeding that happens might go until next year. But the mulching is really effective in covering the ground and protecting it from rainfall. Rainfall and heavy rainfall, really the sheer velocities of the raindrops are pretty amazing on bare soil, what they can do. So anything over a 1/4 inch of rain is considered excessive, and they want to put that down to protect the soils. And my own personal experience of going up into the Troublesome and into the Rocky Mountain National Park is the fire severity is amazingly different. You can go right around the corner and have one drainage that's virtually untouched. Go right around the corner right next to it and it's matchsticks, and it looks like asphalt. There's nothing growing on the ground. It's completely sterile, no grass, no nothing. And those are the hydrophobic soils that they want to mulch on primarily. But with that, I would say they've done a good job. There's over 300 landowners involved. So there's a lot of agreements that are signed for the liability. That's one of the biggest things here is the liability who works on this. And there's about, over the next, say, 6 months or so, they're going to file for extensions from the NRCS. And they're going to have about 125 flood control structures built in the 2 areas. Most of those are berms, barriers to protect structures and to direct mud flows and debris flows throughout. And then Northern has put heavy debris booms on 2 of their reservoirs to protect for large debris that comes into the reservoirs. But other than that, most of the money's going to be fully expended. It's a lot of 35 million sounds like a lot, but when you spread it out over these programs, it really it is not. They probably could have done 50 million there or more. And then other pieces, a lot of it's on land. So there's so much land that's going to be untouched. They've made progress with the Forest Service, but there's what they're going to do is pretty much let Mother Nature go back So we're in this process of about 3 to 5 years until the watershed restores itself. I would say some of the other stuff that has been involved in the other updates, the USGS monitoring has been very critical, really helpful to Hot Sulphur Springs. Hot Sulphur Springs has had a few events where they've had to use auxiliary water supplies, but they have tanks. So when they have to pull off their diversion off the Colorado River, they can have fresh water. And they're working on some future wells that they, again, it's engineering, it's gonna take them a little bit of time. And they may actually come back to the RCFP program for funding for that. But if there's any questions, or if Director Richard, he lives right in that area and has experienced some of this stuff himself.
We were fortunate, we weren't part of the fire area, but the Grand Lake area definitely took the hardest part of it on that second week. Our area is more the ranching side of it, and certainly 2 minor rains, or 1 heavy rain and a bunch of minor rains, and we did see a little bit of flooding. It was very interesting. Nothing like the canyon here, obviously, but it was very interesting. The biggest thing was the discoloration of the water and how long it took for that to clear. From a fishery perspective, that second rain that we had, it took it almost 10 days before it finally cleared to where you could actually see the bottom of the stream. It was things that you wouldn't think of, what a fire will do, and then the repercussions back on it. It's been very we certainly would like to thank the River District for the support that we can get enough grant down on this. It's very important.
And finally, in that last bullet there, that link is hot. If anyone's interested in that, that'll take you to the watershed map, and you can actually see that each individual flood and erosion control structures that are being proposed on there. I didn't give you the visualization. I didn't think we really wanted to go in that much detail today on this, but that's the bottom line is they're fully funded, and they're doing lots of, it's a lot of remediation and mitigation to protect the watershed. I can still do more, but doing a lot.
Well, Mike, thank you so much for all your work up there, and appreciate that update and information. That's not an action item, right? You're not asking.
No, nope,
just information.
Director Munger.
Yeah, so just a quick question. So they're flying over and putting chips and stuff down, but they're gonna come back later and seed it at a later point in time?
That was the actual debate, Director Monger, was if you're gonna do it, so I think a lot of the folks at Northern, they wanted to go ahead and take the chance that if it propagates or doesn't, because of what you're talking about, because now you put a slight barrier over the soil. But they also, there's the debate between the folks in the soil conservation service about when there's a lot, the EWP has criteria about seeding, and that really goes against it because it started after July. So anything that's outside, so they could actually seed maybe in the early fall, winter, but they chose to wait until next year. And they also said they feel like there's gonna be a lot of natural inflow of seed coming in the spring from the air. But
okay, thank you.
Hard to believe.
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. And the next item on the General Manager's Report 5B would ask the board to appoint Raquel Flinker as the River District's representative to the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. Raquel's just right over there, but she will be replacing Dave Kander as our representative.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Aldi moves for a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome, Rachel, to the Big Gunnison Road.
Excellent. And Audrey is going to discuss the health insurance cost containment policy. Audrey.
Well, in the interest of time, since we only have an hour for all of General Manager's report, I won't rehash our discussion from the budget workshop on the health insurance policy, but I did propose some red line revisions to this policy. Essentially a recognition that health insurance is a very important component of our total compensation package for our employees. We recognize that we want to do everything we can to balance sort of the cost of providing that health insurance to our employees and the actual benefit to employees. But I did propose the elimination of that 5-year running average of 5% calculation that honestly takes a lot of time and balance and just acknowledge that we'll do everything we can to continue to evaluate benefits, look at alternate providers periodically to make sure that we are looking at the most competitive and good health insurance plans for our employees. And then also evaluating health savings account contributions from the employer. We'll carefully evaluate the annual cost increase and trends over time, and we will bring this back to the board if there are any extraordinary premium increases to take steps to balance that cost containment and the benefit. So I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, but this was our proposed revisions to that health insurance policy.
Okay, is there a motion on adopting the proposed revisions?
So moved. Oh, or second.
Vandenberg seconds, Kathy Candler, motion. Any further discussion? We had a fair amount of discussion at this budget meeting. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, nay. Thank you very much for taking care of that.
And the next item on the agenda is Audrey Turner again, talking about our update on our salary survey. Audrey?
So we brought this to the board in April to say that this is our triannual salary survey year. And the goal was to have that ready to present to you in October, but due to a number of circumstances, both balancing workload and a lot of hiring that we've been doing, as well as the difficulty in getting a consultant to do this compensation study, we are behind of that target. We will get it done this year. The goal is to have it done by the end of November, December at the latest, as we have used this salary survey or the results to set new salary ranges for the upcoming year. But I wanted to take this opportunity to give you all a refresher on our compensation philosophy, also just some background on the triennial salary survey methodology, answer any questions you may have. And then the recommendation would be that we provide that study once it's complete to the board via email, and only either call a special meeting or have some discussion if anything unusual comes up in that study. So as a reminder, the board prior to mid-90s did not have any sort of compensation philosophy. It was a little more ad hoc. And under Eric Kuhn's leadership, they decided to set a pay philosophy and do these salary surveys periodically to check in with the market and making sure that we're aligned with that pay philosophy. So the River District recognizes the value of our employees and wants to do everything we can to maintain that highly qualified staff. And so the district has their pay philosophy is to be a slight pay leader. And we set our midpoints of salary ranges at the 65th percentile. So if Eric's way of explaining it, I think it makes sense if you took 20 employers around the room, we would pay more than 13, but less than 7. And that's the target for setting the midpoint of those salary ranges. And that's not, an individual salary where when we hire an employee or when they've been with the district for a period of time, their salary falls somewhere within that salary range. And so we look at that based on their qualifications and experience upon hiring somebody, and then they are awarded merit increases annually. In the off years of the salary survey, we use data from Employers Council. That's been our main source of data since I've been here, and I think before. And we look at that survey data to adjust ranges annually. And then every 3 years, we go back and do this larger compensation study where we look more closely at those competitive employers. And we also use published data, which collects, survey or salary information from hundreds of different employers. So we hire this consultant, and we're currently working with 2 women. Peter R. Johnson and Company is who we ended up using for our survey this year. They are out of Westchester, Pennsylvania. I could not get a Colorado compensation consultant to do our work. But I am very confident in their skills. They've got over 40 years of doing compensation work, and they've had good success at making contact with our competitive employers that we are reaching out to in our comp study. So I'm confident in their work. But so we look at each individual position, and we are surveying 24 different employers. So they respond, they find niches that they have at their organization, provide that salary data. We look at that, we weight it 50%, and then we use the published data 50%. And the reason for doing this is to try to look at employers that are more comparable to us instead of just the published data. So then they look at that data collectively and compare it to our existing salary ranges. We've identified a threshold of 95 to 105% of that target. And if a position, if the midpoint falls outside of that, then the consultant may recommend that we make an adjustment to that salary range, essentially to bring it back to that 65th percentile where we've identified we want to be with our salary ranges. So that's a brief overview. It's complicated, compensation, there's a bit of an art to it. They are working closely with me, and they're going to be talking with Andy and Peter as well to identify any other compensation questions or challenges or issues that we have. One of the other things that we are asking them to look at that we identified the last go around was the salary range spread. So ours are mostly in the 40%, which is the difference between the bottom of the range and the top of the range. And we've looked at maybe expanding that. So those are some of the things that the consultant is also going to be helping us in this triennial salary survey.
Yeah, and I will only add, thank you, Audrey, that was really well said. I would just add that we are hopeful, hiring a new group to study this, that they may come back with suggestions and new ways of looking at how we keep our compensation objective and keep the district consistent with our programmatic goals. Always could use a new set of eyes on how we're doing things here. And so I'm excited to have this group. If for those of you who were on the board 3 years ago, you'll recall we had some pretty significant frustration with our prior consultant, who really, frankly, did a terrible job. And so we don't always learn from our mistakes, so we're still optimistic that our new consultant will do a great job. And we're hoping that that's what we see. We do intend, as Audrey said, to bring it to the board by email. Certainly this board, if you all read it and say, wow, wait a minute, there are huge questions here, we can convene a special meeting. We can have that at your discretion. I will say, in the past, we've had, we won't get into the details, but we did have one of our management team, this was prior to my being here, one of our management teams recommended increase to the salary range was way out of whack with every other one. And so the board had a long discussion about how to handle that. And so if we see something like that, that's, I think, what Audrey is talking about, where we may actually send it out to you and recommend that you have a board meeting to talk about it. But we are also very aware that, December, when we're expecting to get this report, is a busy time in people's lives. So but we're happy to have the board discuss it at length. We just, unfortunately, we're not able to have it produced for this meeting. So I apologize for that.
I think we all are aware of how challenging, personnel situations are right now in terms of keeping and retaining and recruiting the talent that we need to do all that this district does. And this district does everything that we ask with 22 employees, which is really commendable, I think. And so I think we have to wait for the salary survey to come out, but I think we should not be surprised. Everybody's doing a salary survey this year. Nobody has any idea what to do. How much do you put into a COLA? How much do you put into merit? Do you do it by percentages? Do you do a flat $2,000 a person for COLA, what do you do? And so I think we just have to wait for the salary survey to come out and authorize our general manager and Audrey to use their best judgment if we would like them to, if we want to have a special meeting or something like that for final approvals. I think we could certainly do that, whatever the pleasure of the board. So Director Monger, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, I have all the faith and confidence in Andy and Audrey to do this right. Being through a bunch of myself too as commissioner, you're just making sure apples are apples and the oranges aren't in with the apples, and not only in the entity that you're looking at, that you're looking at a comparable entity, but a comparable job descriptions, and man, it's just, it can turn into soup for sure. It turns into just a rat race and a mess, and you know, I think if we do what we think we're trying to do is being fair and responsible in the top 65th percentile. I appreciate making sure, but you know, we're not comparing ourselves to, you know, some California outfit, and we're not comparing it to somebody that's got 10 employees or 2 employees either. So anyhow, enough said. Thank you.
Well, just to be clear, there are on the special survey, there are some California outfits. There's an adjustment made to based on cost of living in California compared to Colorado. We all think it's expensive to live here. It's way more expensive to live in California in parts of it. And then the other, we do also compare ourselves to organizations, if I'm not mistaken, Dolores Water Conservancy District is still on the list. They are maybe a 2 or 3 person operation. So we try to get the realm of water organizations in that special survey. So you know, I mean, we are.
I have full faith. The other.
We had someone call us up too, by the way.
Yeah, that's.
So do you want a formal motion or just direction from the board? Okay, so what is the direction of the board? Are you okay with Audrey's suggestion? Do we want to have a special meeting called to approve final, you know, not individual salaries, but a final process? Or are you good with just letting staff handle this?
My opinion is we should have a special meeting. I mean, this is a thing of significant consequence. I mean, it covers holidays and all kinds of things. I think it would be helpful. Discuss.
Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Gray.
I'm fine with the direction we headed. I'm not against having a special meeting. I just have a question. Remind me, do we still do the housing assistance?
We do have a housing assistance loan, yes.
And is that figured into the compensation package?
Well, I mean, it's
Is it averaged in, or, I don't know, I'm just curious.
not into the salary survey. And Director McGinnis, I just want to clarify that this is strictly salaries. So this is not a review of our paid holidays or our other benefits as part of this study. This is just looking at salary ranges.
But don't you take the study and then roll it into that? I mean, how can we effectively look at how competitive we are in the market if we don't include the housing subsidy or we don't include paid holidays? So is this just a section
This is
and then you roll it in? So my request for a meeting would be after you roll it in, but it's kind of I don't think it's useful just to have a meeting just on one segment of it. I was kind of looking for the finished product, what our salary can be in the operation.
So this is just the salary ranges, and that's one of the things that we've looked at in the past and we've talked about in the past. How do you compare health insurance benefits, you know? And that's a really difficult thing when you're trying to do a study because of all the little pieces that go into health insurance. There's all the different kinds of plans and co-pays and deductibles. And so you can say, well, do you offer health insurance? Yes. And then, but it's hard to compare, as Director Munger said, apples to apples on that piece. One of the things that we do regularly is we look at our benefits collectively. We provide to our employees a total compensation document at the end of the year that shows their salary and then the cost of essentially benefits, paid holidays, paid vacation, retirement contribution, to look at their total compensation package. We have not before presented that as a package to the board. We do talk about it, our retirement contributions in the budgeting process when, or the employee housing program, when we're looking at any changes to that, or what employees have taken advantage of that. But we have not, but this piece doesn't roll into a package per se that is presented to the board.
It is presented, it's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
Yes, so here's the, I guess, and my mistake for not articulating this better. The question, I guess, really for you is, do you envision a situation where, based on the salary survey, we might not be within the budgeted, personnel amount, in which case we would need to have a special meeting to approve a budget amendment? Or do you feel pretty confident that the numbers that are being approved in the budget today or tomorrow will be sufficient?
So I believe that the numbers included in the budget will be sufficient because we built in and have in the past years built in contingencies for salary survey adjustments. And so typically, because when we are doing the budget process, it's before we have this, and it's for the upcoming, it'll be for 2022 salaries. And so we have contingency built in for the board to approve in that total salary and overhead budget.
Okay, and if you'll recall from the budget workshop discussion, this contingency this year is $100,000, and it's a little bit larger than our normal contingency because we have created this new director level management style here at the district. And while we think Audrey and I and others did a good job of figuring out where those positions fall comparative to other positions that we have and comparative to all the standard salary survey data that we get. I mean, there's a whole lot of information that we hold to create these salaries. It is possible that's where we may see more adjustment within the salary range, just based on the fact that we haven't had those positions surveyed before in this type of triennial salary survey. So that is possible. That's where the error may be, or the adjustments may be required. That's why we asked for that $100,000 contingency. I would say, just Director McGinnis, I think the EHOP is a really good one, the employee home ownership program that we have that you mentioned. It's hard to factor that in on a per employee value, because certainly not every employee has taken advantage of that program, nor will they or can they because of the terms of it. So it is part of the package that the board has assembled over the years to try to remain an attractive employer. But it's really hard to say, well, the ability to take that loan, and it is a loan, and the benefits of that loan only come to fruition if you work for 5, then 10, then 15 years, because the employees who take it are actually paying that loan back over the years. So it is an advantage because some of our employees have taken advantage of it. It is something that has been attractive to some, but by no means all. So it's hard to quantify on a per employee basis what the value of that is. And I would say there are organizations. I mean, one of the things, our health insurance. Audrey's right. It's really hard to compare apples to oranges in the health insurance market. On the other hand, we know that our health insurance is very similar to many governments because we're actually in a government coalition that includes governments from the West Slope and the Front Range, and they're all offering the exact same products we're offering in terms of health insurance. So those are our local competitors in the government marketplace are offering the same health insurance benefit. Those are the kind of things that we look at, trying to understand if we're within the total compensation is a fair one to our taxpayers and to our employees. And I think it's really critical just for this board to hear, from my perspective, we know we owe an obligation to our taxpayers to pay fairly so that employees can live here, but not create a situation where our employees are billing the taxpayers. And so there's a real focus on how to do that at the district. I think Audrey in particular is very careful.
Okay, so unless it exceeds, unless the number in the budget is off, there won't be any need for us to really take it up, or take it up even at the January meeting.
I don't foresee that. The only other maybe caveat would be for general manager and general counsel. And I say that because, you know, you delegated the authority to Peter and Andy to set salaries for all other employees. However, these two are the board's employees and direct reports. And so I would say there, if there's something that comes back in that salary survey at the executive level, that is, you know, that needs to come back to the board, or if the board wants to delegate the authority to, you know, board president and vice president to have that discussion, or the executive committee. Those are the only two exceptions that I don't feel like I've got the authority, and I don't believe that the general manager and general counsel have the authority to accept changes to their salary range for us. So that would be, that would be an exception.
Perfect.
So I respectfully would like to know in the January meeting what the result of it was. I don't need to know in great detail, but I would like to know, hey, we've had a 15% jump, which reflects history. Maybe we haven't kept up, or maybe it's time. So I don't think we just, the board hands it over to you and says, don't bother us again, because it's still within that budget.
No, our intention, and I agree with you, Director McGinnis, is not just to provide the survey results to you as soon as we get them, but would be to provide, here's the survey results and here's what that impact is on the employee pay scale and adjustment. So we would reflect that, and provide you that information. And that would give you, you know, the ability to then call a meeting if you're like, what? Wait a minute, that's not something we conceived of, or not something, you know, because I think it is fair that while you delegated the authority to Peter and I to set salaries for the staff, it is ultimately your right and obligation to pay attention to that.
Okay. Anyone else have anything on that topic?
All right, well, thank you very much, Audrey, appreciate it. I can call up Ian Phillips. Ian, our chief accountant, is going to discuss his recommendation with respect to the retention of the auditor for the 2021.
Thanks. Good to see you all, directors. So I'm going to recommend that we use McMahon and Associates again for our 2021 audit and single audit. They're proposing a modest increase of $400 over the cost of last year's audit, which was $21,000. So this is $21,400. The single audit cost us $3,200. And the regular audit is $18,200. We started using McMahon in 2018, and we used them in 2019 and 2020 for a single audit. And we'll have that again in 2021, and hopefully that will be the last year of our single audit requirement. But given the nature of things, that might change. So,
Ian, do you want to explain the single audit,
Yes.
what it is? Just, I'm not
Yes,
everybody
good
speaks good accountant speak.
So if we receive a federal award and have activity over $750,000 for the year, then we're required to have this. That has happened in 2019, 2020, and it will happen again in 2021 due to the RCPP grant.
And the one other thing I would just add to this is that this is the 4th year that we're recommending McMahon and Associates. It has been our practice to rotate through auditors, so you should anticipate, if you approve this recommendation this year, you should anticipate us coming back with a different auditor for the following year, just because I think auditors can get a little too comfortable with both staff and board and not be the watchdog that I think the public expects them to be. So we try to keep them to a 4-year cycle so that they're looking for new blood, and that's one of the things we'll be doing next year.
Okay, so you,
You need a
do you
motion?
need just direction or do you need a motion to approve the auditors for 2021?
You need a motion.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm Gus Munger. I move that we approve the retaining of auditors from McMahon and Associate for the provision of the audit and consulting services for fiscal year 2021.
Motion by Monger. Second by Hazard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any? Nay. No. Look, all good on this.
Thank you very much, Ian. Appreciate it. Next item, Director McGinnis, this involves you personally. This is the appointment of the Kobe Water Authority board member. Board will recall, we are a partner with the Bluestone Water Conservancy District and something called the Kobe Water Authority. It spans Garfield and Mesa County, where those two connect. There's a Kobe pipeline that our district helped build that is still functional. Historically, our board has 2 members on the Kobe Water Authority board. Historically, they have been the Garfield and Mesa County representatives. Just to remind the board that when Director Merritt retired and Director Beckley stepped on, this board made the decision to keep Director Merritt, former Director Merritt, as our Kobe Water Authority board member. And that has to do with our institutional knowledge there, and also the idea that we are doing with that project what we have done with most water conservancies, or we're hoping to, which is take off the training wheels and get them a little bit more autonomous so that we're not, our staff is not running that water authority. And so that process of divestiture of obligations is ongoing right now. But we did, I do think it's appropriate that the board appoint Director McGinnis in light of Director Applefuska's resignation. Sorry, I realize Director McGinnis, I hadn't given you the heads up. He may decline my recommendation, but
I actually read it on the agenda and I thought, well, some resident of Mesa County serves on that board. You just mentioned it. I have no idea what it is.
we'll help you.
I'm sure you will. Okay, is there a motion to appoint Director McGinnis as the representative to the Kobe Water Authority? So moved. Moved by. Second, Vandenbrink. No, Brink, got it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. All
So
right.
they meet how many times a week? Andy?
They only meet 5 times a week, and it's usually only for 4 hours at a time, but.
And no telephonic.
And no telephonic.
In person, up in Fremont. Yeah.
Congratulations on your new.
It's only for the first week.
All right, moving on to the next item, we have Brendan Langenhausen and Don Meyer, who are going to present on the wonderful condition of the extremely wet water year 2021. They're going to tell us about how wonderful it's been out there and what we should expect, and predict with great accuracy the incredible winter that we're going to face here. Don, Brendan, you want to take it away?
You betcha. And DK's not here for me to lean on, so I recruited Brendan to do a little tag team here and be a little bit of a moral support character. We're going to talk about the big basin picture, hydrology. Hall inflow was 31% of average in water year, which is now ending.
It's 31%,
31% of average.
kind of like the Broncos play.
Whoa. Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good analogy. Second lowest on record, right? Not Broncos, but this year's hydrology into Cal. Second only to 2002.
What was the lowest?
2002. And because of the conditions in our 2 big reservoirs, we are in a tier 1 condition. Flag appears to help out here. But that tier one condition means that about 600,000 acre feet of water that normally is available won't be available to Arizona, southern Nevada, and Mexico. Primarily, they hit to the Central Arizona projects, to the Central Arizona ag. 600,000 acre feet portage to the wilderness. So that's one here. Second bullet point in that first slide here. And of course, we had to show DK in his role as missing in action on the Colorado River. This is from our trip in 2012. Hey, Don. Paul and meat storage, 33%.
And what was that number of acre foot?
700,000 for the.
No, the inflow.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was, I think, 3.8 million. That comes up here shortly. And that's the full water. October through September. Okay, so, and we're going to talk about how we meet levels elevations and what that means. Colorado River in Colorado, hydrology, that's where Brendan's going to jump in here for the next several bullet points here. He's going to talk about the Grizzly fire scar slides, those landslides, debris flows. Those some interesting photos and maps. Green Mountain substitution, Brendan will weigh in on. Then I'll take back over with Wolford Mountain operations, our enterprise operations. Quickly talk about the Apple Lake hydrology with Elkhead operations, and then we'll finish up with the Gunnison. These two charts really are amazing. The red is this year's snow water equivalent time sequence. You can see where it peaks on April 1st at 89% of average, and then the dark trace below it is 2002. So you can see we had a lot more snowpack this year than in 2002. And yet, if you look on the right, the runoff, we track 2002 pretty much through May, and then we benefit from a little bit of additional runoff into Powell and a little bit 2002 runoff for the rest of the season. But bottom line is we track 2002 very well. So in my peer group, there's a disproportionate level of inefficiency in the 2021 runoff compared to 2002. It's just very inefficient. Next slide. The Lake Powell unregulated inflow bars, the columns are representative of inflows from 1964 over to 2020. That's a little bit of an old slide. 2021 is represented in that orange color. Again, this was a projected 33% of inflow, and it turned out to be 31%. But you see how it rivals 2002 there in the middle right, and 1977 is on there as well. And then the three bars on the right, the red, the green, and the dark blue are projected 2022 minimum, most probably maximum inflows. I don't know how they can figure that out, but quite a range there. Again, we'll see how that plays out. Next slide. Storage, the crisp reservoirs, Powell at 30%, Lake Mead at 35%. So we talk about 33% of the combined capacity at this point. Total crisp storage at 39%. So, takeaway here is, I think, 50 feet. We lost 50 feet in Lake Powell. We lost 16 feet in Lake Mead from 2020 to September 2021. These are traces that are representative of projections of Powell elevation. And the dark blue is the most probable projection. And the green is, there's a couple maximum. The green is most probable. And the red is probably minimum projection through September of 2023. And then on the left, you can see the balancing tiers represented. They're actually represented with those dark hash marks throughout the graph there. And it looks like we're in the mid elevation release tier. Fixing to, unless we really make the probably maximum would be in the lower elevation balance tier. I'll let DK or others talk about that. You know, you're looking at the red dotted trace, which is the minimum probable, and it shows that there's a pretty good chance at some point in 2023 of dropping below the minimum power pool in Powell, 3490 feet mean sea level. I think actually the reclamation says there's about 3% in 22 and about 33% and at 34% in 2023 of dropping below that power pool. Next slide. Look for me, the same set of information, a little bit more constricted or less divergent. So there's not quite as wide of a spread. Here, again, on the left, talk about condition thresholds, the drought contingency plan threshold at 1100, shortage condition at 1075, which we are in now. So to the left of that vertical dark line is the way it's projected. And again, the projections show that there's a pretty good chance it will continue to drought on the need. The actual power minimum power level is below 1,000 feet mean sea level, somewhere around 150 feet mean sea level. So there's not much chance of going below that level at this point.
And on 1050, if you go back to the real quick, 1050 is, so we're currently below 1075, which triggered the tier 1 shortage declaration that you mentioned. But when we drop below 1050 at need, it's a tier 2 shortage.
Tier 2, that's correct.
Yeah,
There's more shortages, obviously. I'm not real familiar with that. But
right. There is I believe the contributions become much more severe and affect Nevada and Arizona.
in California, when do they come in?
They come in at tier 3, which isn't predicted. And that's the 1025 level, and that's only the minimum probable line hits that, and that's not until September 23rd or 23rd. So, and I say it's not until that, but I mean, if you're in California, that or in the lower basin, those are some pretty serious numbers.
And these projections go out to, I think, 5 years, which there are some tables that DK included in our memo, so you can take a look at those. Next slide. And then the drought response operations, which everybody, I think, was pretty surprised at having to trigger those operations this year. Flaming Gorge, which I took a little benefit since we did the Green River there. Brought up 1,000 CFS to about 1,500 CFS at the end of our September trip. Flaming Gorge, 125,000 acre feet. Again, that release is going to end in November. This year, or I'm sorry, this month. Blue Mesa, again, ending this month, and a total of 36,000 acre feet. To further draw on Blue Mesa and then Navajo again in November, for a total of 20,000 acre feet. The benefit to Powell is about 3 feet. Blue Mesa -8 feet, Navajo -1.5 feet, and Flaming Gorge we lost about 4 foot of elevation due to this operation.
We kind of see what that, could you go back one slide, please, folks? The drought response operations agreement. How can that not be classified as a compact release?
Well, if you recall, the primary purpose for the CRISP initial units is to protect our upper basin obligation under the compact. And so the release, those upper reservoirs, Flaming Gorge, Blue Mesa, Navajo, and well, those three, excuse me, were built and funded primarily to continue to store extra water so that when and if drought was so severe that it looked like our compact obligation was going to be compromised, that they could release that water down into the lower basin to meet our compact obligation. The DROA operations recognize the DROA agreement signed as part of the DCP in 2019 recognized that protecting the level of 3525 in Powell was critically important to not only the upper basin, but everybody who depends upon the Colorado River. And so it was agreed in that agreement that the early releases from the upper initial CRISP units would occur when it looked like 3525 was going to be at risk. And so that's what triggered these releases. They're supposed to be done under and this is a little bit tongue in cheek, but that's the purpose of the reservoirs. Their records of decision all reflect that. Their primary authorizing legislation reflects that. But it took a 25-page agreement negotiated and executed by all the states and the Bureau of Reclamation to say, so if it looks like it's getting bad, we're going to talk about it, right? And that's really what the DROA agreement says. We're going to talk about it. And it says, we're going to talk about it, and the Bureau is going to consult with the states, except if there's an emergency, at which point the Bureau of Reclamation can act on their own. These releases were done under the emergency provision. They notified the states. They didn't have a full consultation with the states.
But you still haven't answered his question yet. How come it didn't go back against the upper basin's compact delivery charge?
Well, I'm not sure I follow what you're saying. It's not being released, delivered to the lower basin. It's being stored in Powell.
Well, I understand that, but
So
I think
then it is-
Alden's asking, so we got 3.9 million that went into Powell, and did that include these releases as well?
No, this is on top of that.
So they should be allocated or chalked up to us, the upper basin state.
We haven't delivered the water out of the lower basin. It's parked in Powell. It hasn't crossed the Lee Ferry gauge below the Glen Canyon Dam. So it's
Still upper basin.
It's still upper basin water. It's propping up the level in Powell so that the power generation is at less of a risk of having to shut down. So power is driving these releases. But the water is not being released as part of DROA all the way down the river. Now, when it gets released as part of the 2007 coordinated reservoir operating guidelines, that's when it will count as compact compliance water, right? So it gets added to our 10-year rolling average. But merely moving it from one upper basin reservoir to another upper basin reservoir doesn't actually deliver it down to the lower basin, and it doesn't count as a compact delivery. That's what you mean.
But an anticipatory compact delivery is what it sounds like to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, every drop of water is stored in those reservoirs.
I get it, but this was an intentional release from CRISP reservoirs anticipating a shutdown at Lake Powell for their hydro. So where's the power going? I mean, that power doesn't come back this way too much. The power gets used down there in the lower basin than anything else.
Actually, Tri-State G&T is the single largest buyer of power out of the CRISP reservoir. So
Good to know.
So, and all of our co-ops, almost all of our co-ops, I should say, buy their power from Tri-State.
Good to know.
So when that power gets shut down, we're all going to hear about it. We're all going to see it in our bills. We're all going to feel the stress of that. So
that 1,000 acre feet is sitting there in savings account for us right now then.
Theoretically, yes. Now, I would say that 181,000 was sitting in the upper CRISP reservoirs. But when you choose to deliver it, as the Bureau did, at the low end of the hydrograph during the hot summer months, meaning July, August, September, if you look at those those deliveries. There's an awful lot that got sucked up to transpo evaporation. There's an awful lot that might have been diverted into irrigation ditches. The Bureau didn't track any of that, right? And they didn't ask the state to shepherd. So they hope that some amount of that will show up in Powell.
That doesn't sit well with me yet.
Okay.
I
We
appreciate,
understand.
you educated me some, it just doesn't sit well with me because that superseded the primary purpose of what these crisp reservoirs are for. And they did it because, well, we got a bad drought down here and I get it. But they did it for their benefit and not necessarily for our full benefit. So now our reservoirs are even lower yet. I mean, Blue Mesa's sitting pretty low right now.
Right.
So,
Looks like a big goal.
yep, I'll move on.
Well, that's a
Thank
good segue to the next.
Thank you.
Director Curry also.
Well, I was gonna wait till we did our around the roundabout when everybody talks about their basin, because my commissioners asked me to bring this up. Would you rather I did that? So
Yes.
they could get through this?
Yes, why don't we, if you don't mind, Catherine?
No.
And so here we have the release from Lake Powell in the columns, the blue columns, historically from 1993, projected into 2025. The red trace, horizontal trace is a 10-year running average. Green line is 825, 823, and the purple is 748. And I think, the purpose here is to show that we're meeting our compact compliance, depending on how that's defined. Going into the future, assuming we have 7.5 million big releases, we maintain that 7,508,000 acre feet, 75 over 10. Into the future, I guess there is the obligation to Mexico, which may factor into it. I'm not gonna go there at this point. Next slide, this is a good one to talk about in terms of what's remaining in our crisp reservoirs. Flaming Gorge is looking pretty good, and I think 78% full. This is from September 14th. It's October, actually, it's not October, so it's very close to, so Powell at 30%, Navajo 55%, can't see that too well. Blue Mesa, well below average, 27% of full capacity and destined to be, I think, 22%.
Wow.
So, and this is where Brendan jumps in.
All right, so I'll keep us moving as quick as we can here. So as we've heard, it's been hot and dry. We've known that and we've seen that. And we kind of want to talk through a few pointers and highlights of the year as we've just ended the water year and stuff is going to be work. But looking back in June is hot and dry. We had this disparity between the extreme drought in the west slope and the front range, and the east slope was at normal conditions. That tied with some June warm temperatures caused some exceedances in the temperatures up in the upper Colorado River. We also had Shoshone, as we talked about earlier today, that Shoshone has been operating on a limited capacity or completely closed. And so SHOP was in effect most of the year. Cameo came on in April, what is known as the April hole, for a little bit until the runoff occurred, and then came on in July 11th for the rest of the season. So we'll look at a couple of charts on that. Monsoons did come in, which is fantastic, in June, into June, July, and August. It caused a lot of mudslides, which was not as great. And it also had this other effect that it delayed our substitution releases. And so we'll look at that real briefly. The historic users pool did declare a surplus this year. That was due to the monsoons, which helped out, but also a lot of close and watchful eye of the Grand Valley irrigators, as well as intentional reductions in deliveries in order to create that surplus for next year's, if there should be a hole. But we'll look at that chart briefly. Also to note was that Moffett Tunnel, Denver Water's Moffett Tunnel off the Fraser River, has been down for maintenance since the middle of August. And they should be coming back online here by beginning of November. But you saw this back in June, so this is what kind of how we started the season in the spring with the exceptional drought on the west slope. That was observed and realized from the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center, April through July water supply. So some key points here, below 30% water supply observed in particularly more on the western side. The Dolores River, Elkhead Creek, tributaries up the Gunnison, these were below 30% of average water supply observed. So it's actually observed. The rest of our district was in the 50 to 70% range, except for up in Grand County. You can see Willow Creek Reservoir, Grandview Reservoir, and the Fraser River system. So those are watershed. Those were all up in the 70 to 90% range. So, or 90 to 100%, sorry. So those were, or 70 to 90. Okay, I was right. So there was a bright light up there. However, those yields were taken from those Trans Mountain diversions. So this is looking in early June. And this is just the water diverted above Grimley, so not including the Blue River system, but you can see at the peak of the hydrograph, 3,200 acre feet or thereabouts being collected by those systems. However, the Colorado River was flowing at less than 400 CFS. That, along with warm temperature, caused the peak in the exceedances in the water temperatures.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
Fraser River was running relatively well at that point in time. Denver was releasing. The municipal subdistrict was pumping. There was no call on the river. Who monitors that?
Well, the municipal subdistrict at Windy Gap was operating within their creed water rights.
Because there was no call from Shoshone.
Because there was no, there was no Shoshone call. The Shoshone actually, if I'm not mistaken, here was actually had its target flow at 1250 at that point, even though one wasn't operating. But they were taking at the point where the river temperatures exceeded the 68 to 70 degree mark, and we saw some fish kills. Windy Gap was pumping up to 450 CFF at the Windy Gap location. The stream flow in the upper Colorado in Kremling dropped to 170 CFS at that point as the temperatures were spiking at mid-June.
Right.
We did have direct contact with Northern, and we specifically requested that they reduce their pumping with the understanding that what they were doing was within their legal right, but that we could foresee a fish kill. We called them before the fish kill occurred. They reduced their pumping a little bit, and it went back up shortly thereafter, and there were fish kills.
Yeah.
So.
Speaking of that,
it was just rough on the system.
And you're right. Just to be clear, Denver wasn't putting water into the system. They just weren't diverting as much as they could.
They were full on the other side.
Under their decree. They did get their full yield this year, Denver Water. They just did it in a different pattern than they could have done it. And it did have a positive effect on the Fraser. It did not have the intended positive effect down on Colorado by Kremling because of the Windy Gap project capturing that diversion water or that bypass flow. I think it's unfortunate, to say the least. It's a point of, for both Grand County residents, but also for all of us in the West Coast. The entire system, there's no question in my mind that it didn't operate as it should. It severely impacted Grand County and the recreational economy in Eagle and Garfield County. We had river closures all the way down to Rifle for over a month. Really significant. That last chart, if you go back to it, it really shows the pumping PMD diversion rates there are tremendous. That there is a direct connection between the stream closures and the fish kill and the operation of the Windy Gap bypass or Windy Gap project.
And we did
No
leave
data
a
around
few
that.
slides out because of the need for brevity, but to be fair, they Northern or the sub-district bypassed an additional 50 CFS from what they otherwise would have, in addition to bypassing the 100 that Denver additionally bypassed in the Fraser system. So, I mean, that water has to run the gambit. And sub-district did bypass that 100, or do what their plan was. They modified that pumping regime to bypass the 100, an additional 50, and then at Wolford, we bypassed 50 CFS as well. So about 200 CFS, but that doesn't help when you're at 300 at Kermit.
Right, and we did not fill Wolford this year because we voluntarily stopped filling once the bypass that John's talking about, and we saw that happening. And the municipal sub-district did cycle their pumps so that there could be higher flows in the afternoon when the temperature spike were anticipated, correct, John? And so they did.
And you could see that on the river.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very obvious.
And Williamsport as well did quite a large diurnal to try to target the hot temperatures down below. Crazy, it was a little crazy and really anemic, really, response.
So you can actually see this on the chart. The first, in beginning of June, there was those temperature spikes. The mitigation bumped it up about 200 CFS. It slowly tapered back down, and then there's another coordinated effort, and you can see some of the coordinated releases trying to hit those peak temperatures during the day.
Each of those mitigation efforts were instigated by the river district. We reached out to Denver and Northern, Grand County involved, and we had separate meetings from learning by doing, and we cajoled them into bypassing nutrition water. And we bypassed nutrition water. Really not much of an effort.
You can also see how this really affected the hydrograph. It delayed it, the peak, kind of turned it inverse, upside down. And what's interesting on this hydrograph at the very end, you can see how the flows dropped again. That was a big rainstorm at the end of, or beginning of August. That really affected the Eagle River, which supplied a lot of water to the Calling Rights, and then the reservoir releases in Colorado.
The Green Mountain cut back because of all that water down.
These are just some of the temperatures from what we were just talking about. You can see they exceeded 70 and even we're approaching 75 degrees Fahrenheit on an average day temp. The CPW considered closing rivers at about 71 degrees Fahrenheit. This would be this is just a hydrograph looking at Dock Cerro over the beginning of the irrigation season. You can see when SHOP was in effect early in April, and then the cameo, the April hole came on, and then SHOP again back in June, middle to end of June, and then the cameo came on June 28th.
So the power plant didn't operate from April 4th to now, basically. I think they had one turbine for a while. Certainly not placing a call for the account.
Here's at Cameo. You can see again when SHOP and Cameo were in effect. This is from June through September. A couple points is just to see how close and the hydrograph is to the Cameo call. So that was, I think that's a really good line that they held there. The division engineer did a lot of coordination this year with those HEP calls and all the participants of that. You can see towards the end of into September, coming towards September 25th, that line starts to drop. Those were some of the deficits and deliveries that the Grand Valley irrigators took in order to create that surplus. So you can see that that was occurring. Speaking of that, here's the HEP graph for the year. So they try and target those two in between, the blue as a high line and the red as a low, like drought conditions. Those monsoons really helped out and kept them within that line. And you can see they're targeting for about 8,000 acre feet to go into the surplus, 8,000 acre feet. This is precipitation, average monthly or monthly precipitation. The colors are percent of average. You can see in April we started really dry, going through May and June. Those monsoons in July and August really upright. There were a lot of high intense storms that came through. Which we can see from the canyon and debris flows. And then, but in September, we're starting to go back into that really dry period. This is the June 28th picture from the Grizzly Creek fire debris flow. So this is just this side of Grizzly Creek. the USGS and the Forest Service, Justin Anderson at the Forest Service, gave a preliminary presentation on some of their findings looking at the debris flows, and I just wanted to share a few slides from that because it's rather interesting. As they're just starting to look at data. So this is the soil severity, the burn severity mapping from right after the fire. The red is obviously the bad areas where the soil was burned first. The river network channels are shown there. Those are with debris flow probabilities. But the other interesting part about this is all those little, they're hard to see, the orange dots with black in the middle. There's 27 identified debris flows within the canyon by the Forest Service. So those mark each of those. This CDOT recently flew LiDAR of the canyon to help with some of their mitigation and restoration efforts. And so that was really recently. They're just now starting to look at that. But they have LiDAR from 2016, and so they're overlaying it to see where the cut was, where all the sediment came from, and where it's aggregating. This is Blue Gulch. This is a really big debris flow that took out the highway for several weeks. And you can see here that right at the top of the channel, right above the cliff wall, is where there was some cut. It just started to cut right there in the river channel. And then it dropped off a 300-foot cliff, and then you get this massive scour holes. You can see aggregation then occurring down at the Colorado River. You can't see it on the highway because they'd already cleaned the highway by the time they flew LiDAR. But one of those.
Can I just ask Patrick on that slide, just so we understand the color scheme, change detection in meters? Is that right?
Probably.
You're saying it's a 5-meter hole where it's dark blue.
25. Yeah, I think
20, yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Here is a look from the top of the rim. So on the right, it's coming up to the rim. You can see the people standing there for some scale. So there you go. You have your 15 feet right there at the top. On the picture on the left, you're looking down into the canyon, and now there you have your 40-foot scour holes. Yeah. What they found was that a lot of the sediment came from the channel network itself. It didn't come from the hillsides. You don't see sloughing or rills really being formed up there. It's really coming from the channel network itself, which is kind of a fascinating find.
It's how the canyons get created, huh?
It is a natural process. The Forest Service in their investigation are finding that the aspen stands are recovering really well. In the bottom right, you can see that with a lot of little aspen trees growing. The conifer stands, however, are a lot slower to recover. There's just, fireweed they can see and some arnica, but that's about it, especially in the severe soil burns, as shown on the left. Moving on, substitution. So we had the largest substitution ever, which was 37,000 acre feet. Roughly, Denver Water had about 89% of that was due by them, and 11% to Colorado Springs Utilities. That was all paid. Williams Fork Reservoir delivered 10,000 of that. Woodford Mountain Reservoir, our reservoir was put on the hook for 22.6 thousand acre feet, and Dillon for the other 1,000 that will be delivered this winter. Colorado Springs had a small 300 acre foot pool in Woodford that was released. And then they released about 2,000 acre feet from Homestake Reservoir as well as Upper Blue Reservoir. Upper Blue was just recently started. So that's ongoing right now.
All right, thanks, Brendan. Appreciate your help here. So here's a chart of Woodford operations. Flows on the left in blue and green. You can see the inflow, hydrograph, and the releases there in iron green. Storage on the right vertical axis. The darker brown is this year. Open circles are last year. Obviously, this year being the substitution year that it is, we are currently releasing 60 CFS for substitution through near the end of the month. And the substitution releases were near 300 CFS back in early September. We did take advantage of Heart Lake. They were drawing down the reservoir up on flat tops. They were drawing down to put in a bubbler with an elevation measurement system. And they released, I think up to 30 CFS, which we took advantage of and exchanged into Wolford. And basically took advantage of that for our fish releases by exchange. White, Yampa White hydrology, the Yampa River runoff was 29% of average at Deer Lodge, 24% in Elkhead. Main stem call came on for 3 days. Was happened pretty quickly that the flows crashed on the Yampa main stem. The Lily Park pumps were the calling structure. Elkhead Creek runoff again, 24% of average. Pretty darn low. Elkhead was inflow was 0 for 56 days. Reservoir's now 57% capacity, so it's a workhorse this year. White River runoff 37% of average.
If I can, just going back to that for a minute, the Yampa, just to note, that call is much earlier than the previous 2 years call on the Yampa, which are the only other 2 years of record. It caught us and the division engineer by surprise, quite frankly. The reason the call came off is because of our CFP funding on the pilot project on the Yampa, and that we were successful in keeping the call off for the rest of the summer, so that all of the irrigators up there were able to remain in priority. And that would not have been the case but for this district's release of that 1,500 acre feet of water. And there were others up there working the Colorado Water Trust and Upper Yampa as well, and the Upper River. But I just want to point out that we were able to satisfy that call so that we could keep our local consumptive water users, the farmers and ranchers up there with the pumps in priority. So it did what we were hoping it would do, and I think there's a lot of data to be learned. You'll hopefully we're talking about putting together a report for you in January once we've had time to synthesize all that data. And I think the board will find it really interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah, we've got a couple more comments on that next slide. So here's the hydrograph at Maybell. Again, this doesn't represent the call location down at Deer Lodge Park, or Lily Park actually, but this is the target for fish releases at the Maybell gauge. So Fish and Wildlife Service began releases in mid-July. Again, that main stem call came on and was quite a surprise that you can see how the bottom dropped out and the flows just instantaneously. And then we had this 1,500 acre feet of water sitting in Elkhead, poised to be released. We tried to talk the division engineer into allowing us to begin those releases. Then we had this, Mother Nature came along with the big monsoon. We can see how that affected our operations. You'll see that in the next slide. And then the pilot pool releases began after that big dump, that big monsoon event in early August. And so we did maintain flows down at Deer Lodge and Lily Park such that the call did not come back. Here's similar to what we graph Elkhead operations again. The dark brown circles are this year, open brown circles are last year's storage or elevation, sorry, right on the right. Pretty anemic runoff, 19,000 acre feet, which is again 24% of average. And we began again fish releases in mid-June or mid-July, sorry. The monsoons kicked in early August. We're back up on our releases. The next slide might be appropriate here. The pools that were available for release totaled almost 10,000 acre feet. 5,000 of the permanent fish pool water available each and every year. The Fish and Wildlife Service had short-term lease carryover from 2020, 750 acre feet, and we leased an additional 1,250 acre feet. Then the enhanced call mitigation water, which is is a purpose control canal project. Pool, 1,500 acre feet. CWCB chipped in for contract water for direct deliveries free of charge. And the River District leased 750 acre feet from Tri-State for sprinkler enhancement, which some of that was released, I believe, about half. So the total was about 10,000 acre feet available, about 9,200 acres.
John, talk a little bit about how the River District leased it from Tri-State, but in the end, it wasn't, we leased for $1, right? Because it was exchange.
I don't know that we charge.
We didn't pay $1.
Well,
Yeah, we didn't. It had to do with, the statutory rights that we as a conservation district have to maintain river health and stream flows. We were able to do something with the water right that Tri-State could. That's why that water was leased to us, so they could be released by.
I just wanted to point out, it wasn't additional River District money.
True, very true.
Yeah, questions. Why would there be a call on July 30th? Aren't your irrigators shut off to hay? Who called?
Actually,
The Lily Park pumps, which is Cross Mountain Ridge.
Yeah, no, they're not.
So you're not haying that right then?
Not all, everybody.
some might be.
So people are still, because that just would never happen where we're at. That's why I was curious.
Half of them are probably still irrigating, and upper basins are still irrigating.
So it's even more challenging, because we wouldn't have that issue. It'd be somebody else, you know, your downstream reservoirs, but not an irrigator.
Well, there wasn't any water either, I would say that.
There is that, yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
so there wasn't probably any water to call, even if they had, and so I don't know, maybe they didn't call it a fuel call either, so I don't know, somebody wanted it. So bad, Lily Park pumps wanted it.
Well, it was, the conditions were horrific, and if it hadn't been for Mother Nature, that 1,500 acre feet would not have gone very far. Would not have gone very far.
So 56 days of zero inflow to Elkhead Reservoir. Do we have any past numbers of that?
We've had zero inflow in 2018 and 20. We had zero inflow for even the weeks.
Not 56 days. I mean, 50, that's 2 months.
It's nuts.
Kathleen, just to answer a little bit of clarification, the Lily Park pumps had cut their alfalfa, and they had cut their alfalfa. And when they got the hay up, they landed on the commission and said, I want my water, without any warning. That's why it was a surprise.
I think.
And there was a discussion about, well, look, if we'll keep track of when you're done haying. If you'll communicate with us, we have some water to help you. We as a community are working together. And so I think that owner's, my understanding, I didn't have the conversation, my understanding, he's a little bit more understanding. Yeah.
That's our understanding as well. They're more willing, they were more flexible later in the year, knowing that our water was being released to try to keep them in front.
Interesting. Thank you.
It's a learning by doing process.
It truly is. I mean, yeah. And, you know, the real challenge for Aaron, for the division engineer, is the travel time. There's 5 days of travel time from Elkhead, and from, you know, up in the upper basin, it's 10, 15 days of travel time. How do you administer a basin with those kinds of travel time delays and administration? What do you turn off? When?
Now, I want to just say, the effort that took place this summer, division engineer actually deserves quite a bit of commendation. She worked very hard with our staff and others up there to keep the call off. She communicated on a regular basis with Hunter and Don, and really did a good job trying to serve the community. And we don't, I just want to point that out because oftentimes I'm pretty critical, and our district can be critical, particularly of Division 6, but I think she did a fantastic job this year helping us us and us helping her. And I think that it takes that kind of collaboration to work. And I think it's something that we need to really ourselves try to replicate, not only in the Yampa, but other places. But I was, to say personally, very impressed with Division of Water Resources and their representatives.
Short-handed.
Yeah.
They are just, they don't have many people.
I would echo that and also say it's really indicative of having the right person in the right place. And we have a new commissioner, not new to the commission, but new to that part of the district that was really on top of it and is a very good communicator, which we didn't have good in the past. So between that and what you said about Aaron, we should never shy from giving a deserved compliment.
Okay, and not to slight the white here, we've got a hydrograph which is, shows the miserable conditions. Really, there are maybe some monsoonal events in there, well below average throughout the summer. So the Gunnison River, I guess DK could talk about to this, these slides better, but 30% of average, that's April to July runoff at Grand Junction. It was a little better if you include the monsoon months of August, September. And so the Esplanade drought response operations from Blue Mesa was 36,008 feet, as we pointed out earlier. Late summer baseboard were elevated due to that monsoon precipitation, and then Blue Mesa is projected to be 25% of capacity. Here. Here's the Gunnison River near Grand Junction hydrograph. The elevated late summer flows, base flows, particularly that one event in late August. But again, a pretty poor showing. This is reclamation's forecast projected storage in Blue Mesa Reservoir. They say that it'll take at least 2 years, even with a 10% exceedance, 2 year, each 10% exceedance type runoff to fill the reservoir. So this is again the probable maximum in blue. The reservoir doesn't fill to 800,000 acre feet until 2023. That's case. Next slide. Drought index, obviously throughout the West, severe, extreme, exceptional drought is the intensity in almost every nook and cranny. And if you're getting Colorado, looks like Moffat County, sorry, Tom, is bullseye there. Exceptional droughts continuing in Moffat.
So that's the forecast for next year?
That is the current drought index.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. This is the forecast. These are 3-month forecasts. These are for October, November, and December. Seasonal temperature and precipitation outlook, largely driven by ENSO conditions. Sea surface temperatures along the equator. Above average temperature expected in the Southwest, below average precipitation. Excellent. It's a little better. This is looking ahead, February, March, April, 3-month temperature and precipitation outlook. It's a little better for us in Colorado. It's closer to equal chances, certainly precipitation. It's below average down, chances of precipitation below average down in this extreme Southwest. 7-day precipitation forecast. I think the northern Pacific coast has been hit quite hard. If you look at those numbers, I think those are inches, 4, 5, 6 inches of precipitation that anticipated in the next 7 days. How much in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado takes advantage of the western half, so that precipitation, although it's not. That's probably all we got. Questions?
I'm not seeing your question.
One, that, and just be understanding, and I'm actually, and maybe Director Curry can help me out. Where does Taylor Park Reservoir fit in here? Isn't that a Bureau Reclamation project? And doesn't that have quite a bit of additional water storage in there for the Gunnison River? I don't know. I just don't ever hear anything about that in any of our discussions. And I'm like, why is this beautiful reservoir not really included within? I don't know.
You want me to try? Okay. And I think Director Catlin's hand was up and he knows it really well.
Okay.
Let's let Director Catlin.
Can we stop the Zoom screen share
So we can.
or something, or can we see the Zoom
Enlarge.
on the screen?
Enlarge.
You just have to
Yeah,
expand.
'cause it's just hard. There we go.
Director Catlin?
Director Catlin, would you like to answer the question about Taylor Reservoir?
Sure, Taylor Reservoir belongs to the Uncompahgre Valley water users. Keep your hands off of it, Representative.
There you go.
Pretty,
Virtual hand slap, thank you. No, that's, if that's what it is, that's what it is, fine.
Any other questions? We'll have Director Catlin answer all of them.
that was just too good an opportunity. I'm sorry. But honestly, the Taylor Park Reservoir is part of the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association's system. The first fill belongs to the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, and then the second fill is Upper Basin for their supplemental water. Taylor Park Reservoir is the supplemental water that goes along with the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users. It has 106,230 acre feet in it, doesn't it, Representative or Madam Curie? And that water's pretty well watched over by a whole lot of people. And one good thing about Taylor Park Reservoir is the operation of Taylor can help Blue Mesa after it's been at this low by moving water from Taylor Park as rapidly as we can, storing it in Blue Mesa, and then the Uncompahgre using it as they would regularly, gives an opportunity to the Blue Mesa Reservoir to rebound quicker by putting that 100,000 acre feet or so into that reservoir as inflows start to come in. So it does have a great purpose and it serves a great purpose. That's one of the reasons that system is a complete irrigation system. So.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that concludes that topic.
Yes, thank you very much, Don and Brennan. Definitely appreciate it. That last little shot of the stream flow was very nice. Thank you. I'm going to ask Raquel Flinker to come on up, and Raquel and Peter and Mike, I think collectively will handle discussing the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic proposed in-stream flow protection. It is a bit of an interesting deal, but I think Raquel will be very good at explaining what's going on.
We've seen this before. I mean, I remember being on the first year or so on the board, we talked about this place. Is that correct?
Yeah, there have been discussions ongoing
For quite a while.
or Peter, you would know better than I, but.
Yeah, at least, that's fine. It brought back memories.
Thank you, Andy. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic proposed in-stream flow protection. So the Deep Creek is a tributary of the Colorado River just upstream of Dot Zero. And it has three outstandingly remarkable values: ecologic, geologic, and scenic. That's based on the rare combinations of riparian plant species, expensive cave and karst systems, and habitat for many riparian dependent species. The proposed designation would be within public lands and would begin near the headwaters at the outlet of Deep Lake and conclude at the downstream BLM boundary. There are several mostly smaller water rights in the area. So there are three main wild and scenic steps for the process. So the first step is eligibility, which involves studying the river. The second step is suitability, where an agency recommends to Congress that a river should be designated wild and scenic. Third, designation, where Congress amends the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, or a governor of a state can petition the Secretary of the Interior. So in 1995, the BLM and the Forest Service deemed Deep Creek eligible. At the time, investigations of Deep Creek's designation as wild and scenic were complicated by wilderness proposals and the River District conditional deep lake water rights. These water rights have been abandoned since then. And in 2015, the White River National Forest released its finding that Deep Creek was suitable. And that renewed efforts to have Deep Creek formally designated as a wild and scenic river. So the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group started to meet in 2017. This stakeholder group created an in-stream flow subcommittee to investigate in-stream flow concepts. On this slide, you can see two in-stream flow options that were originally discussed by the subcommittee. Option one is on the left, option two is on the right. And it's important to note that all of these options are conceptual. In these figures, the gray areas represent water available for diversion. The light blue areas are wild and scenic in-stream flow, and the dark blue are existing senior in-stream flow. So for option one on the left, in wet years, as soon as flows hit the in-stream flow over bank trigger, which is shown as a dotted yellow line, water would no longer be available for diversion. And for option two on the right, there's a constant amount of water available for diversion all year round and in all year types. So that's the constant gray area right on top of the dark blue area on the graph. And this can be referred to as development allowance or carve out as well. So we focused on looking more closely at option two and trying to make a few modifications, as the concept in option two has been more proven than the option one concept. And we proposed option three, which is shown here on the right. In option three, the water available for diversion would vary throughout the year. And this option protects the wild and scenic values while allowing more water to be available for appropriation for potential direct flow, as well as small livestock storage ponds. And this graph on the right shows in more detail how the water available for diversion would vary throughout the year. The in-stream flow subcommittee recommended option three as the best option. This was presented to the stakeholder group and gained initial support from all stakeholders. So the next steps in this process are for the CWCB to hire a contractor to identify and evaluate potential or future water use potential. After that, the stakeholders would negotiate a proposed development allowance. And finally, the CWCB would appropriate the specified in-stream flow water right. So the staff recommendation is that the board provides direction indicating the River District's general support of the concept represented by in-stream flow protection option three, subject to future negotiation of the specific development allowance criteria. And we're happy to answer any questions, take any comments.
Okay, questions on this? Yes.
So no more water, no, there's no more water rights up in that area.
In existing water rights?
The existing water rights, so there's no injury that would be made to any other water right holder up in that area then?
So, well, and Peter, feel free to chime in as well. There are some existing water rights in the area. The area in blue would be junior in-stream flow, so that wouldn't negatively impact the current existing water rights. And
Sorry.
go ahead, no, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, what Raquel has said is accurate. For the most part, the existing water uses, well, they all, to the extent they're decreed, would all be senior in priority to any new state in-stream flow water right that is appropriated as part of a potential wild and scenic designation in order to protect potential new uses that could be junior to those. That would be the development allowance component. And in addition there too, we talked a little bit about potential federal legislation as Raquel walked through that three-stage process for designation of wild and scenic. You've got eligibility, suitability, and designation. Designation is done by the United States Congress. And so any designation requires federal legislation. The federal legislation that this group has been sort of banding about will protect the ability of the existing ranching community to not only move around their existing water rights to the extent they need to improve their ranching operations, but also allow them to develop new water rights even within the wild and scenic designated area and adjacent areas. The new water rights would be subject to the development allowance component. And again, as Raquel pointed out, the concept here is if you can move to the slide that shows that one, is that the development allowance, instead of a straight line development allowance, which is something that has been done in the past, particularly with respect to the Dominguez wilderness designation, where the deal in these sorts of arrangements has been, hey, we don't like the idea of a Federal Reserve water right as part of this wild and scenic process. Why don't we let the state, through its in-stream flow program, appropriate a state in-stream flow water right that will protect the resource in the Dominguez, and that becomes part of the federal legislation. In the Dominguez example, the wilderness that was done with the in-stream flow was, as is the example in this case, to appropriate all remaining flow in the stream, which is something that doesn't happen very often. It's happened on Dead Horse Creek, which is Hanging Lake, and the Dominguez, maybe one or two others, if that, in the state. The Dolores. I don't think appropriated all of, but pretty darn close. In any case, the idea then is, as happened in the Dominguez, there was sort of a straight line development allowance based on what was available. Here we've said, the ranching community might need, a little bit of water for future development by direct diversion, but they might need more for storage ponds and things like that, and building small reservoirs. And so we've asked that the stakeholder group build into a development allowance, a bump up during the hydrograph. And I think that was pretty well received. That, as Raquel correctly pointed out, the devil is in the details. How much is that development allowance going to be? Is it going to be sufficient? And that's all something that would be subject to negotiation.
Peter, what you just said there to me is very important to how this specific in-stream flow is being established. And if there's going to be a message sent out, I would encourage us to include that with our messaging to say agriculture and future development, here's how it's included. Be a little bit more specific about it, because a lot of folks that I know talk about this week, done, no more development happening. It's set aside. Ranchers, sorry, this is what you got. So let's make sure we share that message out there with these folks as best as we can. So.
Yes, just a comment, and Dr. Vandenberg, I think that's a really great process. There's been active involvement from a lot of folks throughout Eagle County, including the Colorado River Road ranching community. I think they feel like this has been a good, strong collaborative effort and that this in-stream flow approach is much superior to a Federal Reserve water right. So it's really a robust solution that seems to work well, I think, for now and for the future. Current rights and ag use. Director Moffett.
So a couple of questions. So stakeholders, who all of the stakeholders in that? I mean, so Director Chandler Henry said, I mean, so some of them, so, and I assume the ranching community. And if you could go back to the map, does the red line outline the whole area of that?
Yeah, the red line is the proposed wild and scenic area.
And who is the owner of all that? Is not the Forest Service?
So the combination of BLM and Forest Service, it's all public lands within the red area. And to answer your first question on the stakeholders, there are two ranches in the area that participate actively in the stakeholder group. And I won't know everyone from the top of my head, but CWCD is there, American Rivers, you know.
Eagle County, Eagle River Watershed,
Gypsum.
and Division of Wildlife. There's another rancher who comes.
So my other question is that the need for a diversion would be needed to be able to have a water right. And any of that would require some type of special use permit from the Forest Service or the BLM, which we might as well have an act of Congress to get. So I'm just curious and again, I'm supportive, and I'm very supportive of the collaboration and the cooperation and somewhere meeting in the middle of that whole concept. I just struggle with some of these in-stream flow things when there's no, I'm struggling with the threat to diversion, the threat of diversion. And so it seems like we're tying up, and again, I'm just venting here, maybe just a little bit too, but we're tying up this river system here on behalf of making sure the river flows downhill down to Dotsero, and seems like it's going to do that anyhow. And again, I guess my last question maybe to Peter. So, and this is going to be accomplished through the Colorado's in-stream flow program, which needs to have values to protect it. That value to protect is that the wild and scenic that's going to be suitable to create an in-stream flow. I mean, most of my in-stream flows that we had were saving the toad or the fish or something. I'm just statutorily.
So this will be, I mean, most in-stream flows are based on fish habitat. This in-stream flow will be different in concept than that, in that it is in large part, although not exclusively, based on protecting the overbank riparian, the overbank flows that the scientists tell us are necessary to preserve the riparian habitat that exists in that deep stream channel, and that has contributed to the identified ORVs. We haven't done our own scientific analysis of that. We're relying on the Division of Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife, and BLM. I think has been doing that. So that's one thing. The other thing you asked about was the ability of water users to go exercise their water rights. And, in addition to the in-stream flow process, part of this negotiation has been, a very significant amount of time spent on conceptualizing and drafting out potential legislation. And the federal legislation will set the boundaries of the physical boundaries that you see on the map there, but also the legal boundaries of what can and can't be done within the wild and scenic area. And we've been very clear throughout that that legislation needs to protect the ability of water users to not only access their existing systems and maintain and improve them, but to develop new infrastructure, provided again it's within the development allowance, and is not otherwise violative of basically the existing Forest Service conditions that exist today. So what we're saying is, hey, if you could go today in and get your permit, which you would need to do under existing law, we don't want this wild and scenic designation to create any new additional hurdles or burdens for a water user that's located in this vicinity to do the same thing in the future. You know, yes, there are not going to be any big dams on Deep Creek. That's not going to happen. And, you know, we gave up that water right, you know, a long time ago. That was part of the Flat Tops project that was going to divert Deep Creek, convey it through a tunnel or across a hydrologic divide. I can't remember.
Tunnel.
Yeah, tunnel. You know, back into the White River Basin and then out of the White River Basin back into Canyon Creek. I mean, it was a wild project, but and most of not all of them, but most of those projects are gone now. And so we held off, as Raquel slide noted, eligibility was first determined in 1995. We held off that wild and scenic for a long time until the River District decided there's no way we're going to build this component of this project. You know, we'll abandon this water right. That's when they said, okay, no, it's been through.
Director Hawes.
Thank you. I didn't know if you could see me up here. Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank the district staff for working on this for the last, multiple years. And just a couple of comments. Lower my hand. There we go. So I was up here this summer for about a week, and it is stunning country. It's called Deep Creek because it's a canyon. I mean, it is really remote. We were up there July 4th week, and we saw 10 people. I mean, it's just really, really remote area. I mean, it's like national park kind of area in terms of its beauty. But then I think what's important to remember here is that there are a lot of ecological values that have been identified by the Forest Service and BLM, but I think the Forest Service has kind of led this conversation and figuring out these values to protect. And I think water is so contentious right now. If we can support a process like this that's been in the works for 4 years of finding a solution that kind of resolves everyone's concerns, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be able to support. Just that win-win-win approach. So I'd love to see us support this and this midstream flow filed, and keep in mind it's an alternative using a state mechanism rather than a federal mechanism, and I think that's always a good thing in Colorado.
Thank you, Director Hawes. If you're willing, I would read to you some language that has been proposed and that we may have had a little bit of a heavy hand in drafting. And it would say that this stakeholder group, as diverse as it is, has been a pretty good working state. It's not without controversy or disputes from time to time, but it's worked pretty well. And Zane might want to chime in as well. But this federal legislation will, at some point, is going to get pushed forward. And where I think the legislation might be something that we can support or recommend that the River District Board support, I would be, hesitant to suggest that you support it until we get those details on the proposed in-stream flow that we were talking about. The concept, I think people are saying, yeah, okay, we can work with this concept. We need the details to make sure that we can carry forward with it. But just the sort of the effective language that I was thinking about before was, and I don't think I've seen some similar language in the Dominguez, but not quite as protective of the ranching interests as this, is that livestock grazing on public lands within the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic Corridor and its vicinity, including the maintenance and modernization of existing agricultural water use and grazing related infrastructure, and the installation of new infrastructure compatible with resource protection and enhancement. As such activities are currently conducted and as allowable by law existing immediately prior to the date of this act. And then here's kind of the important point. are consistent with the wild and scenic designation made by this act, which basically we're saying here, if this legislation were to go forward, is that type of livestock grazing and all those activities and the maintenance of your water structures, not only can you do it, but here's an affirmative finding by Congress saying that is consistent with the wild and scenic values that are sought to be protected and with the purpose of the act. That's what we think will be hopefully protective of those practices.
So just to
Again.
clarify, right now, you're just looking for the kind of the direction to continue to work with this group and
Yes, I'm not looking for any on that legislation at all, or, yay or nay on the in-stream flow, just on this concept. Does that concept of a hydrograph or a carve-out allowance, that's the wrong word, a development allowance, it's a bad word, a development allowance, is that something that we can work with?
Yes, Director. Thank you. So conceptually, I think, the collaboration's good and all that, but I would feel a lot better about the concept if I knew that development allowance had the support or even the participation of the livestock community to see if that was, were those numbers suggested by them? And did they feel like they could continue to operate under those conditions?
Yeah, and again, no numbers have been suggested, no specific numbers.
Okay.
Actually, the chart is just
Theoretical.
but the concept has met with approval of those, the ones that have been participating.
Director McGinnis.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Director Haas, most of that area up there is exactly as you described it, but it's already protected by wilderness that was my legislation actually many years ago. So there's no threat up there. I think the weakest point of all of this is your assumption, which I made with the great sand dunes. We made Tom with the sage grouse. We got local state working groups. We put a lot of effort in this. We got lots of cooperation from the feds. And then when I went to the feds' hands, they changed their mind. They want a damn thing we could do about it. And I'll tell you where our weakest point is going to be. We'll get this language in the bill. We'll get our 2 senators to support the bill. We'll get to its final stage, and then all of a sudden, the environmental people that are on the other side of this, that don't think there should be any grazing in this area, don't think there should be any potential for future development in this area. And about 1 senator, as you know, can stop in the US Senate. At the last minute, towards the end of the session, they'll throw out a bill that says, all right, everything except the exact language you specified. And at that point, the decision you have to make is, do we still support it, or do we back off all this effort, including the dispute which would occur within ourselves? Is it more important to have the wild and scenic and sorry developers, or do we pull off the bill and say we're not going to negotiate on our end? And on the Great Sand Dunes, we backed off and went ahead and passed it anyway, despite the fact that they did that. Sage grouse, they didn't care where we ended up. So I think in your working group, you need to have a discussion where at the last minute, when it looks like it's going to sail through, and they usually wait until the last minute. The group that 1 US senator speaks on behalf of somebody who's never participated in this environmental group and says, nope, this isn't going to pass with that paragraph in it. And it happens time and time again.
Yeah, I don't.
It does.
I don't.
And that kind of falls, excuse me, that kind of falls up, Doug, and tell me what you were saying. You were exploring that. How do we protect this? Frankly, what we do at our level is subject to complete detail at that last moment. And the beauty of it is, we do have some leverage because Director Haas, that area is well protected. There's nothing going to happen up there that's going to threaten, short of an airplane crash, threaten that area.
Dr. Chandler. I would love to see us support this concept. I think it recognizes all the work that the local stakeholders and ag community have put into it. The environmental community has been really involved in this development to date. I know that Senator Bennett's staff is up to speed. I don't know about. So that's a good flag to pull them in. I don't think this commits us to supporting what may come out in the end, but I do think it's good for us to support this process that protects ag and recognizes local control and local stakeholder input.
And I'm not intending to infer that we're not. Both of those examples I gave you, we had strong environmental participation, strong protection. You just need to be prepared as a group at the last minute. It doesn't take much of a movement. The U.S. Senator would step in and said, I'm going to freeze the bill and put a hold on the bill because I don't like that language. Then you're faced with that decision. We go ahead with it, despite all the promises and all the cooperation and all the effort we got. Happened in the sagebrush, happened in the straight sand dunes. I can find other examples of who I personally was involved in. So I'm just saying your working group, right? Utopia, this thing goes straight through is an I support. I don't have a problem. Just be prepared for that last moment.
Yeah,
Because it will be controversial if you still allow for development up in that area, which is very accurately described by Director Haas.
This means water development though, right?
Yeah, it's not.
But
It's not.
Director McGinnis raises good points, and certainly he is accurate about Senate procedure. Having said that, we're not being asked today to take a position on federal legislation.
Right.
We're only being, and we're not being asked to do a vote or to, we're just being asked to provide staff with direction. So I'm not hearing a lot of strong negatives in terms of supporting the current direction of discussions and negotiations. I think there are probably still details that everybody will be interested in hearing before knowing whether we want to support actively.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my point being that as we direct staff, that needs to have this conversation early on. What if we get to the what if point? Now, we didn't prepare for that in the great, that caught us off guard. We didn't think it would happen because we could vote against the Great Sand Dunes National Park. That's my point is at least you can endure it and then be faced with it when you get to it, or you can have discussions now about it.
Yeah, I think we would, I mean, it's a good point. I think, we have worked as staff and the board for many years on different subjects with the primary conservation groups that are involved in this process. To date, I don't have any reason not to trust either them as an entity or the individuals that are participating. That's not to say that some other environmental organization or senator from some state back east or whatever comes in at the last minute to yank that provision out. And so it's a good thing to be wary of. To the extent we're able to, we can build in some sort of poison pills in the process, and we'll keep an eye to do that. The more we flag it, the more it might, attract attention on the other hand, but that will be a balancing act going forward in any potential legislation.
I think staff's gotten some very good direction and some and good admonitions for things to be cautious of. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in, especially with a different perspective? Okay, then let's move on to our service anniversary.
Great. Just want to take a moment here to recognize Audrey Turner, who has been with the district for 15 years. Dave Merritt would give a whole speech about how Audrey came in as an admin assistant and is now chief of operations. Audrey earned where she is today. She's phenomenal. She is a critical part of why this district can pull off the things it does. And I want to thank you, Audrey, for being here. And really, I think everybody really enjoyed working with you.
I love my job. I work harder than others.
When did it get harder? Just wondering.
I think like November 20.
December 4th,
December.
2017, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Audrey. I think the board echoes Andy's comments.
If I can make a suggestion to the chair, we are oddly enough behind time because the legal department took so long to talk about the general manager's report just now. But if
We were well behind.
if we can, with just a recommendation on scheduling, if we could move item number 6 to 8:50 tomorrow morning after the budget hearing, so the director's concerns will be heard tomorrow morning. And if we could then actually take our scheduled break right now for 10 or 15 minutes, we can then have the phase 3 compact risk study discussion from John Karen, who is on Zoom ready to present, and then go right into the demand management market structure discussion for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, let's shorten the break by 5 minutes. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but if we can just shorten it a little bit, let's try and keep things rolling. I suspect we will catch up tomorrow because I think we probably won't need as much time as has been scheduled for the personnel review matters. So don't panic about when we'll actually get out of here. It'll be okay. Get back to work. All right. Next up is John Karen from Hydro with the phase 3 compact risk.
Yep, and if I can just, by way of quick introduction, John Karen and Hydros have been doing lots of modeling for the district for quite some time. We thought a quick review of the risk study phase 3 results that were done for us, Southwestern, and the roundtables would be a helpful lead-in for our discussion about demand management. And in particular, just I think we have some new directors. We have directors with memories that might be better than mine, but some that might be worse. So it's always good to review this kind of stuff more than once. And I think that it's helpful to, before talking about demand management, understand what the alternatives might look like if we proceed down the route to curtailment. We'll say we don't really know, just to be clear, because there are no curtailment rules in our state for the Colorado River Compact. And so this is this work and the assumptions and other ideas behind this study were put together by our staff and John and the Southwestern staff and some of the roundtable chairs. So just thought it would be a great opportunity to refresh everybody's memory. With that, John, thank you for showing up and thank you for being patient while listening to our discussion on Deep Creek. John, can you, I think, yep, there you are.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Can everybody hear me?
Pretty good.
Definitely.
Quite well.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, thanks for inviting me to participate. Sorry, I'm participating by Zoom. I'd much rather be on the West Slope. Enjoying the wonderful weather. At least I think it's wonderful weather. Has it started to snow there yet?
There's still snow on the mountains this morning.
Okay. Terrific. Well, Andy had asked me to put together a refresher on the risk study, which, as many of you will recall, stretched over multiple years and actually ended with phase 3 in 2019. I'm going to go back through and provide a little bit of an update on a few items, but mostly just review the work that we did, particularly in phase 3, where we looked at questions related to how much pre and post compact water use there is in the state, and kind of how that water is distributed across the various subbasins of the Colorado. And just provide a little bit of context and insight into who those users are who might be subject to a compact call. And then probably pause at some point along the way. I have far more information than we probably want to go into, and I can dig up some of that, but I'll do this brief overview and then be available to answer questions or to dive deeper if people feel like it. So this is for you, Peter Fleming, and all the other attorneys in the room. Just a reminder that all these findings are and were for discussion purposes only. They were preliminary and subject to change. So the big picture, you know, when we're looking at the Colorado River Basin, and really what some of the drivers for the risk study originally, we were looking at these big river issues, avoiding a compact deficit, protecting Lake Powell, and protecting hydropower at Lake Powell. And through the work that we had been doing in coordination with, and this is back when we were looking at the drought contingency planning process, talking to other participants in the UCRC and basin-wide, really, we were looking at a number of different risk drivers. And the big three really are hydrology, consumptive use, and of course, existing storage conditions in the basin. And those are the things that we really were paying attention to and are still obviously paying attention to. The risk study really was sort of born out of a lot of that work and came from a desire from various West Slope entities to really dive deeper into some of these risk questions as they pertain to the state of Colorado specifically. In other words, you know, the DCP and a lot of the other work was looking at kind of upper basin, or in fact the entire Colorado basin. But really the purpose of the risk study was to narrow that down and look at what was going on within the state of Colorado. As I mentioned, this started back in really 2015 or 16, had 3 different phases, which we completed in June of 2019. And I would just remind you that a lot of the results that I'll show here are from that June 2019 final phase 3 report. But I will at times, you'll see in red text some comparisons to where we are today, just to provide a little bit of an update. So, you know, looking back at the results of that phase 3 in a nutshell, you know, we concluded that under the current conditions at the time and under the current operating policies, in other words, the 2007 interim guidelines, the likelihood of reaching critical elevations or a compact deficit was relatively low. But of course, the impacts of hitting those thresholds could be significant. As I just mentioned, hydrology and future growth or demand, even current demand, are key drivers of risk. And one of the other big things that I think is always important to keep in mind is that it's not just a lower basin problem. Hydrology and drought, as I think we are all well aware, really impact our ability in the upper basin to, you know, to continue to use water and have productive agricultural economy, and you know, it's a problem. So it's not just a lower basin problem. So this is a new slide. Whoops, sorry about that. This is a new slide. Just wanted to provide a little bit of an update for those who are keeping track of the compact. You know, we've had a pretty good compact credit over the last decade or two, largely because we've had equalization releases, but also in part because we've had many years of 9 million acre foot releases from Lake Powell. You know, the big equalization year of 2011 just fell off that 10-year rolling average, and you can see that big drop in 2021. We're now looking at a 7.48 million acre foot release next year. Almost certainly another one in the year following that, in 2023. And then out beyond that, I would say it's a pretty good likelihood that we're going to have some additional 748 releases. In fact, you know, the statistics, the modeling that's been done shows that that's at least a 50-50 chance of happening, if not a higher probability of happening into the future. And I just plotted this up as a reminder that credit that we have relative to the compact can disappear in a hurry if we have some fairly low releases. And I'm not going to dive into the question of whether or not the compact obligation is 82.5 or 75/10, but just note that that line is not heading in a good direction. So what did our modeling tell us about risk within the state of Colorado, and really basin wide? Again, going back to 2019 and using the stress test hydrology, which Reclamation has now, it appears, sort of formally adopted as their official hydrology moving forward. At least that appears to be the case based on their most recent studies that they've released. But back in 2019, the modeling we were doing showed that there was about a 39% chance, or about a 40% chance, of Lake Powell dropping below 35.25 in the next 25 years. If we look at Reclamation's 24-month study from just this past August, it's actually about an 88% likelihood that that's going to happen in the next year or two. So things have continued to deteriorate, and we certainly are not optimistic looking ahead. The other results that we had generated from the study were the likelihoods of dropping below those two critical leaf fairy volumes, either 82.5 or 75 million acre feet over 10 years. You'll note that, you know, there was a chance over the next 25 years of dropping below 82.5. Our modeling showed that there was essentially no chance of dropping below 75 million over the next 25 years. That did assume, however, that there was no additional growth in consumptive uses, and that there was no hydrology worse than what we've seen in the period since 1988. The other important thing I think to keep in mind is that, you know, of the risk, you know, of the drivers of risk, we really obviously can't control hydrology. And the one thing we can control is demand and consumptive use. When we did the risk study, we were looking at both a current condition set of modeling scenarios, as well as a hypothetical future condition where we had a growth of roughly 500,000 acre feet. And you know, it's not rocket science, but just worth remembering that the more demand we have, the less water flows into Lake Powell. And so no matter what the hydrology is doing, the more water that's consumed in the upper basin, that will incrementally increase the risk at Lake Powell. And conversely, obviously, if we reduce consumptive uses in the upper basin, all other things being equal, then we will have lower risk with respect to Lake Powell and the compact. So some of the things, diving a little deeper then into the phase 3 questions, some of the questions we wanted to look at is how much Colorado River water does the state of Colorado actually use? How much of those depletions are pre and post compact? And we'll talk about what that means in a minute. And then also, how are those volumes of water consumed split up across the West Slope basins, and also between West Slope and Transbasin water to the Front Range. And then we looked even further, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this additional piece, but we did also then look at some scenarios, some hypotheticals where we would split up a compact call or split up some amount of water conservation using some different metrics. So for example, we might use a metric that looks at each basin's proportion of total consumptive use, or we might look at each basin's proportion of post-compact consumptive use. And we performed a number of different analyses of that, and you can see that in the phase 3 risk study report that I think is still up on either the Southwestern or the River District's websites. But the big picture, so, and I should note here that all of these results are based on using the state's state modeling tool. And that tool, as it was configured for this work, is really the state's best guess at what the current consumptive use demands are within the state. So all of these runs were done using their baseline or their current conditions model. Well, so what do we have? So on average, average depletions, if you look in the middle column at the bottom, Colorado River water uses around 2.5 million acre feet a year on average. And you can see minimum and maximum, it varies by several 100,000 acre feet. And then, of course, we've split it up by the various subbasins in the Colorado Basin. The Colorado main stem itself is further separated into in-basin uses and trans-mountain diversions. And you'll note, and I'll come back to this later, you'll note that about half of the uses in the main stem are in-basin and half are trans-mountain diversions. So that's the big picture of how much water is being consumed. Really, the key question then is, well, how much of that water is pre-compact water? And there's certainly no clear answer as to what pre-compact water, how that is defined or would be defined if it needed to be down the road. There are issues such as the date that the compact was actually signed versus the day it was ratified by Congress. There's the question of what exactly a present perfected right is and what that means. Regardless, our study shows that within those different variations, about 1.6 to 1.7 million of that 2.5 million acre feet of water is pre-compact consumptive use. And again, this is based on modeling that was done in state line. If we take a closer look at the pre and post compact depletions, we can split it out by subbasin. And so here you're looking at average uses by subbasin. The first column is all water users. The second column is pre-compact water users, and then the percentage of that use. So roughly 200,000 acre feet of consumptive use on average in the Yampa. Pre-compact, about 140,000, represents about 70% of their use. The numbers, if you scroll down, or look down, that'll probably jump out at you is the main stem of the Colorado, where almost 90% of the in-basin use in the Colorado main stem is pre-compact, whereas almost all, close to 98%, 97% of the TMDs are post-compact use. So those are all potentially subject to a call if there were a compact call. And so you can just see the distribution by basin. And of course, this is really sort of an indication, a surrogate, if you will, for the rates at which those basins were developed. relative to the time that the compact was signed. So taking that a little bit further, there's about 900,000 acre feet of post-compact use. If we split that up by basin, you can see the percentages here as just as a percent of statewide post-compact water use. And the pie chart on the right shows which particular basin or water use type, in other words, in basin versus TMDs on the Colorado, what the percentage of that overall post-compact depletion is. And you can see that slightly more than 50% of the total post-compact water is used by TMDs, and the other roughly half of it is used across the other West Slope basins. Okay, so just some general observations on that. Conditions in the basin are bad. Forecasts are not encouraging. The likelihood of reaching critical elevations at Lake Powell and or hitting some of these low leaf fairy cumulative volumes continues to increase. Of the three big drivers, the only one we can control is demand, but we certainly hope it snows a lot this winter. And then of the 2.5 million acre feet of consumptive use in the state, approximately 1.6 of that or 1.7 of that is pre-compact water, and 900,000 acre feet is post-compact water. I would note again that when we did this work, some of the pre and post-compact consumptive use numbers raised some eyebrows. And I think it's something that we continue to look at, or that the state continues to look at, in part because I think whoops, my apologies. In part because, state mod was never developed originally to simulate a compact call. That wasn't its purpose. It was developed to evaluate, water availability for water rights and to look at sort of quote unquote normal river administration questions. And when you cut off all of the post-compact water in the model, there's a sense that perhaps the model is being overly optimistic with respect to how efficient it could actually use that water. And so one of the things that came out of this study and that we've continued to talk about with the state is just how efficient agricultural use in particular could be if you didn't have a lot of those post-compact water rights to support, as carriage water or otherwise support those senior water rights. So just a little bit of a caveat, but I think that's a pretty good idea. Those numbers are at least a nice reference point or a starting point to think about who would be impacted and where those impacts would be under a full-blown compact call situation. So I'm going to pause there. I certainly can dive deeper into some of the work we did and explore some of those other pro rata types of questions that cut across the different subbasins. But I guess I'll stop there and see if there are questions. And if you have anything else that you wanted me to cover.
Well, John, thank you very much for that. Are there questions from the directors? No? Yes.
This was going to be phase 4. That's it.
Tom, to you.
Well, John, I guess I always, you and I've had some conversations. I always did think that we need to, first of all, differentiate between demand going up, but consumptive use goes down. We've seen that big time on the western slope this year. There was a lot of demand, but the actual usage went down because we didn't have water. And So I think the idea of, if we do have drier hydrology, the idea that upper basin consumptive use going up 11.5% in the next 25 years is probably questionable in my mind, since if we're drier, our consumptive use will go down. And then as you convert, it's been proven, as you convert farmland, like the Grand Valley's doing right and left, you convert farmland to residential, consumptive use goes down because you're not watering, you're watering a lawn, you're not watering house footprints and streets and everything else. So I think there's some assumptions that I had, and I know you and I talked, that would fit in dramatically to what our consumptive use is going to be. And then how that affects the actual natural flow of the river. Are we taking into account actual reduced consumptive use on a dry year plus inflows and getting the right number?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that's your comment is spot on. And as you say, we've talked about this. I mean, if the hydrology continues the way it is, certainly our consumptive uses are going to go down. And at the same time, the amount of water getting down to Lake Powell is going to go down as well, because there's just not any water in general. And just as a bit of an additional refresher, those future demands that we used, that totaled about 500,000 acre feet, were, well, within each basin, they were based on each basin's BIPs and other, their in-basin planning processes, but there is a larger hook, if you will, into those numbers, and that is the UCRC demand schedule, which the 4 upper basin states, together with reclamation, put together, for purposes of modeling the upper basin. And that 500,000 acre foot increase is what the UCRC demand schedule anticipates within about the next 15 years. So, there is at least an outward portrayal at the state level, or at the UCRC level, perhaps, that even if those demands aren't met, that that if there was sufficient water, that there would actually be that much additional consumptive use, out 15 years into the future. But clearly, whether or not that demand is achievable and results in real consumptive use is an entirely different question that'll be driven by hydrology.
Okay, Director Hobbs.
Yes, thanks. I'm actually interested in Director Gray's question, because I had been assuming that demands are going to increase naturally. Not only are we have more projects kind of that people are still hoping to build. We've got, places like Dillon that have not fully or aren't fully using their Colorado River supply, so they could see demands increase that are transbasin diversions. We've got Lake Powell pipeline, but then we've got the other issue of, if it's getting hotter and drier, won't we see just kind of a natural increase in demands based on people watering their lawns into October and starting in, April? And so has anybody looked at that? It's an interesting question. What will we really see?
Yeah, Taylor, I've definitely given that some thought, and I think it's not only human consumption that increases during longer summers and winters. It's also the natural vegetation, both riparian and our points that will consume more, and frankly quite a bit more, and so it really is a concern. And I don't think our natural vegetation needs are not modeled into upper basin consumptive uses. I think so when those increase, that's part of why we're seeing a decrease in stream flow, frankly, as temperatures rise. And so, you know, it is a concern. It's a factor that I have raised in a couple different situations in looking at climate change models that predict river flows. It's not just, you know, the reduction in flow, it's the increase in consumption that can go along with that. That's really important to know in both natural and human vegetation.
Okay, Director Alvey, Director Catlin, and Director Gray.
So, John, it seems to me that in the phase 1 and phase 2 discussions, you had some graphs showing the projected inflows or the projected levels of Lake Powell. And you showed an example of what or I think it was 100,000 or maybe 500,000 acre foot reserved amount contributed by the upper basin, how much that would bend the curve. Do you still have those graphs, or could you talk about that a little?
Sure. I don't have that graph handy, but the plots that you were talking about was really, you know, we were looking at the likelihood of these, you know, these so-called bad events, and we were looking at a variety of different options. One of which was a hypothetical, you know, 500,000 acre foot pool of a bank, if you will, to counter some of those, you know, those bad events. The other things that we were looking at were, for example, during the drought contingency process, that, you know, we were looking at releasing water from the other crisp reservoirs, from Flaming Gorge, from Aspinall, from Navajo, in order to support Lake Powell. And all of those things in some way bent the curve. And what that meant, you know, that graphically what was going on there is that we were able to, instead of having a 10 or 15% likelihood of these bad events, we could make it 5 or 10%, or even 3 or 5%, depending on what we assumed about our ability to provide more water to the system. And of course, you know, that bank that we have been, and I'm sure you guys are going to be talking about, this drought contingency bank that could potentially be filled with demand management water. I mean, that's, you know, that's just an additional chunk of water on top of the original bank, which is those reservoirs themselves. I mean, Powell and Flaming Gorge and Aspinall and Navajo, you know, the very reason that they were authorized, or one of the reasons, was to provide the upper basin the ability to continue to consume water during critical drought periods, and have that as the first line of defense, the first bank, if you will, against a compact call. So, you know, the addition of, you know, any additional sources of water that we can come up with, you know, will further bend that curve and will reduce the risk, you know, some more than others.
But it seemed from the graphs that we looked at then that the amount the curve was bent was really a pretty small amount, and that 500,000 acre feet compared to supposed flow of somewhere between 8 million and 12 million, whatever the number is, it is a pretty small amount.
I agree with that. It is a fairly small amount, and there certainly are, you know, there are lots of events that probably wouldn't fix on its own, and there are some events that perhaps could fix on its own, you know, and as with all of these different options, you know, it's sort of like a smorgasbord. I mean, I think having available, or knowing how we could implement a number of different things is prudent in my mind, given that, you know, I look around at the last few years and it's hard to know what to expect. So I like to think of it as yet another tool that we could potentially bring to bear on the problem.
Everybody, this is kind of an introduction into the next topic. I'm going to take Director Catlin's comment and Director Gray's comment, but then we're already kind of half an hour behind our demand management conversation, and that is also going to be a robust discussion, I have no doubt. So let's take Director Catlin, then Director Gray, and then unless there's strong objections, let's move this into demand management. Some of these same items and discussion points may come up in that context. Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, it seems to me, and I need your expertise because you're the guy that has the information. It seems just to me in driving by this, that the senior water rights is a pretty fixed consumptive use. We're probably not growing the consumptive use of the senior water rights. Is it true that the junior water rights are depleting more and more as time goes on, because most of that is domestic supply? It's all of the things that population continues to press. The majority of those senior water rights are agricultural. We're still planting the same crops on the same ground, and they're using about the same amount of water. Is that going to hold true? Because there's not much we can do other than setting land aside to change this demand that agriculture has. But yet our urban cousins continue to insist that they need an urban environment, which means that we run our water on their park and in their front yard on ornamentals. So it seems to me we need to be thinking about how do we show who is holding their consumptive use and whose is growing. I need some background, or I need some help from you on this, because agriculture cannot do this alone. There's not enough water run on our ground to make the difference if our urban cousins are not going to play along. That's it. I'm in.
Director Gray. John, do you have a response?
Well, just a couple of thoughts, I guess. One thing that, and I go back to what Director Haas said, which is, and I think it's worth remembering, is that agriculture may in fact be consuming more as time goes on because of a hotter and drier climate, if that's where we're headed. And I also want to just, and I am admittedly not an agricultural engineer, so I am not an expert on exactly how irrigation efficiencies will change, or how crop uptake and consumptive uses will change. But what I had heard from a number of different people, some of whom are probably in that room, was that it's awfully hard to maintain the level of consumptive use that we see on those acreages if we don't have, and by we I mean if agriculture doesn't have the backup of those junior rights that often are needed to do everything from wet the system in the spring, to provide carriage water, to push water through the system, to push it out onto the fields, to do all those things that in a system that is not entirely, but certainly there's a lot of flood irrigation, you just can't get the level of efficiency under the current with the current infrastructure that would allow you to fully utilize just those pre-compact waters. So that those post-compact water rights, which sort of back up and right on top or perhaps sit under the pre-compact water rights, are a critical piece. And I think that, just back to my original point, that I don't think anybody, maybe somebody knows, but I certainly don't know with confidence exactly how much water or how much agricultural production could occur if all those junior rights in fact got called out. So that's one point. To your point about municipalities, I can't argue with that. I mean, I think I think if you look at the data, and of course, there's lots of variables here, but if you're looking at East Slope, the rates of increase in demand on a per capita basis have been offset to some extent, at least until now, by a reduction in per capita use. I mean, in other words, the total population is growing, but the per capita use is declining. Now, whether or not you can maintain sort of an even keel in terms of demand into the future, I don't know, because at some point, that per capita use is going to harden. And if the population continues to grow, you're not going to be able to do more and more conservation. There's going to be a point at which it's, those cities have reduced their per capita use, as far as they can, or it becomes prohibitive to do it further. So for now, I think what I've seen is that's a pretty steady number, and it obviously goes up year to year, but there hasn't been a commensurate increase in overall demand that would match the population, simply because those per capita numbers have actually gone down. And on the West Slope, I think, certainly what I've heard is that, the development of conversion from West Slope ag to West Slope population in those towns, in the suburbs of the Montroses and Grand Junctions, is in fact a net reduction in consumptive use, right? I mean, because neighborhoods don't consume nearly as much water as alfalfa on a per acre basis, or other crops. So those are my only comments.
Okay, Director Gray. Okay, so, well, first of all, in response to Director Catlin, I think it's indicative of where we live. If you live under a federal project, your consumptive use is probably maintained, or on a dry year, it may have went up. But everywhere else in the headwaters, I can guarantee you consumptive use drops drastically on a dry year. Because, not to be mans, I'm talking about the use, because we don't have the water. And so I think
The shortages.
Yeah, the shortages. And so it's obvious that we have a difference of opinion here. I would just make the case that between 80 and 85% of the consumptive use, I'm talking Western Slope, TMVs are a different animal. 85% approximately of the consumptive use on the Western Slope's ag. And so I don't care if the town uses a little more water, or the natural vegetation uses a little more water. The main place you're going to get consumptive use is in ag. And so if we're using less water, granted, the main stem federal projects are using, so far, I've been able to use the normal amount of water, but Western Slope wide, I think consumptive use is going down. So then if you take consumptive use plus measured inflows, that equals a number. And I think it's important we get the consumptive use right, because that number, if consumptive use is going down and measured inflows are low, the natural flow of the river is a lot less than what we think it is. And so making some kind of demand management decisions, we got a lot smaller pot to draw from. I think it's important to get this right. So there's my pitch here is let's get some comfort with those numbers pretty quickly if we have to do another study.
I would agree with you, Director Gray, and that work is in the process of being done to really nail down within our state and the other upper basin states what the actual consumptive use is during drought periods. And so those are very important numbers. It's different than the theoretical demands. It's the actual consumption.
That's fine.
So I think you're right. If we can, hey, John, Karen, I just want to thank you for tuning in to us. We're gonna, with the chair's permission, move right into the final item of the day, which is the demand management market structure conceptual proposal.
And let me just point out, this was something that at our July meeting, the board asked our staff to come up with. As just so there'd be some place to start a discussion, because we had seen demand management talked about for at least 3 years, but it's all been process and theoretical. Nobody has to date put anything on paper is in specific. And so this is not an official position of the board to support any demand management plan or this particular demand management plan. This is to tee up discussion only. The plan here might, from just process standpoint, I think that the board will have an opportunity to talk about this for at least 45 minutes to an hour. We will then take a few minutes of public comments or questions if we have time. We're not going to cut the board short, but if we have time, we will take some questions. We still need to be out of here probably by around 5 because we do have dinner at 6. Okay, so with that in mind, Andy, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to state, not only is this not a position or recommendation of the board, it is not a position or recommendation of your senior staff who prepared this memo either. So we were happy to fulfill the request of the board to get something concrete out here. But I think it's really important to understand this is not Peter and I advocating for a demand management market. We are reacting to a request by the board. But would say this, that we did so in creating this memo. I would just say anything that you don't like in this memo, you can directly blame me for it. Anything that's written properly from a grammatical perspective, you can give Peter credit for it. And I would say that my thought is here, we've got a limited time. I think it's a good exercise to go through. What I wanted to do is just touch on each of the major subjects, stop after touching on it, and then let you provide your thoughts and direction to us. And number one, keep in mind, I think everybody on this board knows, but for the benefit of everybody on the Zoom call as well, the public, our district is not going to set up a demand management market. If it's set up, it is going to be set up by the state of Colorado and only then in concurrence with the other 3 upper basin states. And so this is not something that our district is considering establishing. It is very important for our district and for our water users in our district to be engaged in this conversation to protect the interests of our water users and our communities. And that's why we are engaged in this. That's why we are at the table. That's why I think putting this into a concrete discussion context rather than a theoretical process-oriented conversation is important. I again, said it somewhat tongue-in-cheek that this is a punching bag. It really is. It isn't something, you're not going to offend me or Peter or anybody else on the staff if you just absolutely hate this thing. So feel free to let us know. If you like it, that's great too, but I just want to just make sure everybody's on the same page. I think, first of all, you start out looking at the 4 states. It's an upper basin effort. It's a collective upper basin obligation. It is not a state of Colorado obligation. Our state did in fact sign the 1922 compact. We did in fact sign the 1948 compact. So we have a collective obligation that our government entered into on our behalf, two obligations, I should say, under those two compacts. So if we're going to contribute as 4 upper basin states, the question is, what's fair? What's proportional? What's a reasonable number? Our suggestion as staff is that one's pretty simple. You follow the map that's in the upper basin compact. We each get a percentage when it comes to consumptive use. We each are entitled to consume a certain percentage of the upper basin's allotment under the 1922 compact. In 1948, it was decided that Colorado got 51.75%, New Mexico 11.25%, Utah 23%, and Wyoming 14%. So if we're going to contribute water into a collective pool, it seems like it ought to be done in the same percentage that we benefit from the compact. Before we move on, comments, questions, concerns about that in particular? Okay. All right. So moving on to B under item 2B. Just a couple minor things here, 2B and C. It needs to be an agreed upon standard uniform measure of consumptive use. All 4 states use different measures right now of consumptive use. It's all over the table, all over the map, I should say. And it's oddly enough for me, who struggled in algebra in high school and decided never to take another math course, they can't even figure out proper conversion formulas between the methods that are used. So it's that bizarre. And so there is an effort right now being led by NASA called OpenET, in which a lot of our engineers and scientists have a lot of hope on, or are placing a lot of hope. And that is a standard uniform evapotranspiration measurement throughout the basin and throughout the western United States. The folks who are much smarter than I and actually took math after the 11th grade all say that that is a very likely successful effort. So it's still a few years out, but my guess is that's where we're going to end up. As to consequences, we all know that if there are no consequences for your bad acts in terms of not participating in the pool, what those consequences are, I don't make any recommendations, but there have to be negative consequences for states that don't produce the water. That is going to be a real tough one to agree upon, but I don't think we can count on people acting out of the kindness of their heart in terms of contribution among the states. So something to keep in mind. Anything on those points? Comments, questions, disagreements? Then inside the state of Colorado, our model here suggests that the state of Colorado or its regional or local designee be the sole buyer in the marketplace, be a single buyer market. There have been recommendations from private equity firms and perhaps some of the front range utilities that there should be multiple buyers in the marketplace, and therefore multiple pools within the storage account in Lake Powell. That is something that this board has directed us previously to not agree to and to articulate our opposition to. So we suggest that there be a single buyer and a single program when it comes to using that demand management storage account. Any questions, concerns, thoughts on that? Okay. This one for the demand for the River District Board, this one I think will be a fairly simple one. No additional trans mountain diversions, right? If we're going to conserve use throughout the river, excuse me, throughout the River District territory and throughout the state of Colorado, in order to create a storage account, the last thing we want to see are additional 100% consumptive depletive projects that take water out of our basin and consume it. So in other words, we would serve as some form of augmentation source for these junior trans mountain diversions. This is a recommendation, by the way, that our stakeholder group agreed with and was unanimous behind. I do want to pause for a minute. A lot of these concepts were discussed and came from our stakeholder group. Some of them came from the risk study work. Some of it comes from the secondary economic impact study that we engaged in with our other groups that were participating in all those efforts. This one is something that our stakeholder group was unanimous about, but just also welcome any comments or thoughts.
Yeah.
Sorry, I would also just say that this particular concept goes further back in that it comes directly out of the conceptual framework under the Colorado's water plan. It's basically the principle 4 of the conceptual framework, which is, if you're going to create an insurance program from a compact basis, you don't want it to do just what Andy said. It's not, the purpose of it is to protect existing rights, plus some small increment of West Slope rights. It's not to serve as an augmentation plan.
Yeah.
Real quickly, so on A, the single buyer, I appreciate that and I agree with it. I do think that we ought to put our reason why or something, maybe include that in there. Is there a reason why we didn't do that?
Doug, if I put the reasons for each of these rules.
Okay, there would be
this
a
document
miles
would have been
long.
200 pages.
Okay, so then.
That's why at the beginning, I direct everybody to read all of our prior work in order to.
That's all fair too. I guess the no additional trans mountain diversions were we speak out of both sides of our mouth. When is the date of that? I mean, we've already kind of agreed to some of them that were in the permitting process and already approved. And so what is that date that they come magic and not magic?
I think that to the extent that this organization has agreed and compromised on firming projects or other expansions, I think we have a potential problem opposing those.
I agree.
Okay, so I don't think it's a date set specific. It's more of a agreement specific issue with certain trans-basin diversions. That doesn't mean that others can't protest those very projects that we may have.
Okay, right. So it's no new additional.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, no new addition. Concept is that it will be voluntary, temporary, and compensated. No one's participation shall be coerced or forced. The concept behind demand management since its inception is that it be a compensated water bank concept.
And is that in the demand management storage agreement? That, or is that just an undertaking that we have promoted?
It is in the state's, at a minimum, it's in the state's policy statement on demand management. I believe that temporary and voluntary are in the demand management agreement as well. I can't recall.
Yeah, I think elements of them are. The exact wording, I might have to check. Good question. The next one is no injury to vested water rights. That's one of the big issues, quite frankly, with concerns about participation. Your neighbor participates in a demand management program, and all of a sudden you find your late season return flows, if you're downriver trying to divert, are gone. How do you protect those other water users? The only way that we've ever seen effective is our current non-injury determination made through a water court process. And there are statutory examples of a non-injury determination made by the state engineer's office that can be appealed into water court. We've made that recommendation. Frankly, what opponents of this particular part of the recommendation will say is, wow, that's a huge transaction cost. That's going to slow things down. It's going to make it really cumbersome. Property rights are cumbersome things sometimes, is my response to that. protecting someone's ability to divert their water right is sacrosanct in our Constitution, and I haven't seen a purely administrative process that effectively protects other water users. Yeah, I don't know if you want to add.
May I back up to C when you're done with D?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess when I look through the voluntary, temporary, compensated, we've had this discussion before. When it comes to proportionality and just say on the White River, you're saying I got to come up with 5%. All of a sudden, it's not voluntary, temporary, and compensated anymore. When it's proportionality, and my portion on the White River is 5%.
Well, I guess that depends on whether or not you think markets can function. And that's where that proposal later in here, we talk about a modified reverse auction. If you start, there's a way to estimate what people will accept for fallowing their land. And then we're going to talk only for a minute on agricultural, because this program, as we see outlined from us, is not solely agricultural. But if you start with a number that the state or its local designee offers, and you don't have any takers, the state has to continue to raise the amount it's offering until someone voluntarily steps in and says yes.
Okay.
So that's the protection of voluntary. Now, you could say you're being coerced by the amount of money being offered, but that's hard to say in our society. I don't think that's a fair statement.
I understand that.
But just along with that, would you say though, that part's voluntary, but the part that a certain percentage of your post-compact consumptive use by basin is not voluntary?
Right, the proportionality issue, we have to decide what that basis for proportionality is. And there are, I think there are potential implications certainly to basins that have developed later. John Karen had a slide up there. We have a diagram in this in the report that shows some of the potential issues. The Yampa and the Southwest have developed later than some of the other basins, and they have higher percentage of their total consumptive use is post-compact.
Not to belabor, but if this were something like this was to be adopted, the percentage, whether it was a post-compact or some other formula to arrive, for a basin to be required to participate. The individual producer doesn't have to volunteer or not. The basin is on the hook to come up with, at some rate of compensation, 6%. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, to state it in another way, or maybe just reiterate that point, is that there to achieve the proportionality that Andy talked about, there has to be a corresponding obligation per basin. There is never a obligation on an individual water right owner or user in this concept that is fairly voluntary. That's what I was saying.
And so then the interesting question would be, let's say, for sake of argument, the white was, 5% and the Yampa was 6%.
It's not actually,
Not,
but based on this.
okay. Let's say nobody in those basins wanted to do it, but there was more than the allocated amount in, let's say, the Gunnison or the main stem. Could those offset? In other words, if you had enough people on the main stem that wanted to do it on a voluntary compensated basis, could you do that and essentially relieve another basin of some of its obligation? I mean, it's the question. It's not.
I think you could do that. I think when you start talking about proportionality between the east and west slope, you may have unintended consequence of the majority of water coming off of the west slope, or even between basins, you may have a greater impact on a basin where, say, for whatever reason, people in the Gunnison decided they were more interested in in receiving money and not farming. So there were, you know, say they wanted to go up to 60%, people would take that money. The consequences to the basins, to the community, to the people folks who depend upon that economy would be disproportionate.
Right. And so that may be the answer as to why it needs to be.
It's the answer in my mind.
Yeah.
Why you set that percentage in. And it's not only impact, it's opportunity.
Yeah.
Equity.
Yeah. We did go around with the stakeholder group for whatever it's worth. I mean, you know, we had people from every basin, from high and low basins, and they, you know, no one loved the proportionality by post-compact depletion. But at the same time, they recognized that there needed to be a reasonably objective way to get that proportionality. And there needed to be a way that was based in logic. And the logic behind that is, hey, it's our post-compact water use that's putting us at risk of violating our compact obligations. You know, it also was the thought, frankly, that everybody in the stakeholder group, when looking at the post-compact proportionality between the Front Range and the West Slope, said, oh yeah, that number works, you know, and then it got to the intra-basin concept, and it's like, oh, I'm not so sure that works, right? And it's like, well, wait a minute, if it's good east-west, is it really okay also within the basin west? So we have to remember that if it's a defensible logical theory, it probably needs to apply for that. That was already.
Well, and if it's going to be a program that's defensible, it has to be logical and defensible.
Right.
Or it becomes subjective. Yeah. And political.
Just like our income taxes, right? Logical.
Yeah.
No,
not like that.
All right. Anything on the injury or non-injury to existing water rights and concerns? Seeing none. Non-use and abandonment. Again, the idea here would be that if you're choosing not to use your water as part of this state sanctioned program, it will not be considered in any abandonment or calculation of reduction in historic consumption. So you're not running the risk of losing your water right, as people are concerned about. It's the only program that is authorized to put water into this storage account in our crisp reservoirs. No other programs shall operate to do this. The idea being, again, you spend all this time trying to make this market work, and again, you know, I said this in the introduction, but in writing, this isn't from its very inception. This is not a free market. Right? It is a government obligation created by government agreements, utilizing taxpayer money, at least to some extent, and it is being used to meet that government obligation that is a collective societal obligation agreed to by the government. It is, in its inception, not a free market. And so the rules behind it make sense. If you start allowing other ways of getting water into that storage account, you lose the control of the guided market and the proportionality, or as they say in the state, you know, there's this whole, everybody likes the term equity these days. I really prefer to stay away from it. I mean, it's used in all sorts of contexts. From my perspective, it's proportionality, right? That's what I think everybody really needs. You know, what's fair? How does it work? How do we make sure it's logical? So that exclusive program comes from that. No interstate water marketing, meaning, you know, we're not in favor of CAP coming up and buying people's water and sending it downstream through a program like this.
Or we're not going to make up Wyoming or the other states.
Correct.
Shortages.
Correct. Now, if Wyoming wants to make up our shortage, we might have to think about it. Be honest. So, reduction in consumptive use reservoir operations, H. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how to summarize this best without just reading it. It's very simply a reservoir operator, whether it's a TMD that has a West Slope reservoir or a West Slope operator that has a West Slope reservoir, cannot just merely release water to the river and claim it as demand management. They also have to show a corresponding reduction in consumptive use for that very year. It's really an important point from our perspective, because let's just pick on a TMD operator. Let's just say that Homestake releases 1,600 acre feet in 1 year and says, hey, that's demand management money and it's our, or water, and it's our contribution. And somehow this time they actually tracked it all the way down to the state line and into Powell. And they said, so we get credit for that. Well, that's great, except that if they don't have a reduction in consumptive use to go 1,600 acre feet of water, of reduced Colorado River water in their service area, the next year when the river's high or the snowpack's high and they refill the reservoir, there's absolutely no contribution to the demand management storage account under that concept. And so you've got to have that ability to prove up your simultaneous reduction in consumption. So that's our.
And another way of saying that would be, nobody would stand for a West Slope agricultural parcel to participate in demand management by simply saying, well, you know, my diversion rate is 20 CFS. I'm going to knock it down to 15 CFS, but, you know, don't look at my fields. I'm irrigating the same amount of land with that 15 CFS as I was with the 20. That doesn't fly. You need to dry up the, you know, some proportionate amount of your field in order for it to be counted as a reduction in consumptive use.
And maybe I'm getting too far to the weeds here, but does that, because I guess I see a mechanism for that to really be beneficial. But do we have to do a paper trail in order for that to happen? Because you're looking at a reduction in agricultural consumptive use that is then transferred to a reservoir for later release. So in essence, it's almost a bank sitting there in the reservoir.
It might be. That's
what I.
Yeah. And honestly, that's part of what we're saying is, you know, if we can bank that water in a reservoir, and this section covers it. Let's just say Mike is participating in this, and we find a way that we can exchange that water into Wolford. We've got space in Wolford that while he's doing that in year one, we save that water up in Wolford, and we wait till either the peak of the hydrograph or the winter when there's less consumptive use in both from a riparian vegetation perspective and diversions, either in the winter or at the peak, and then we choose to release it at that time. So there's a greater chance of that water actually making it into Powell. That's what we were.
Well, I've seen examples where that would be highly beneficial to where we're not getting any conserved consumptive use credit, but they're not diverting any water during say August monsoonal period to where there's 3 weeks to where they're shutting their water off. They don't need it. Why run the pump and pay the $1,500 to run that irrigation water? It's not needed. That's exactly where I see this being beneficial.
Yeah, I hear you. I think that's one of the technical issues.
Absolutely.
That's got to be resolved.
I get it.
Yeah.
But I think there's something to what he's saying, is that if we're trying to meet a contact code, isn't that as good a water as?
Last year was a prime example. The first week of September, we had 6 inches of snow on the ground. 0 irrigated water was going on the ground for over 3 weeks. Down the White River, those guys were shut off.
Right, but that runs into the but-for test under the demand management storage agreement. Is that but for participation in that program, that water would have been consumed in the year in which it is being credited to the program. So your situation, I'm just calling it, we,
Yeah.
you know, that.
I'm here to learn too,
Right,
so.
that water would not have been consumed. We could
We,
not.
we
make-
don't, by the, simply consuming less because there's less water available. We're not putting wet water molecules into storage in Lake Powell. That's the issue. You gotta actually take a consumption that would have occurred, but for,
And not consume.
and not.
But it is, but you're looking at 50% of that water that would be consumptively used.
But it wouldn't have been consumed because it's not being consumed because of, no, not because of.
It would have been-
participation in the product.
You know, I just don't agree. I just don't
Remember,
agree. It is what it
we
is.
game the system,
Somebody else.
everybody else will game.
I don't believe it's gaming the system.
Because what happens is if you, Lake Powell ends up the same, whether you count that situation toward demand management or not. You don't add any water to Lake Powell because you're in a shortage situation by virtue of Mother Nature not providing. There's no additional water. Yes, our consumption on a basin-wide, basis goes down, but that doesn't magically create more water molecules that get into Lake Powell that do the intended benefit that the demand management storage program is supposed to do.
So effectively, that's what the Grand Valley Ditch Counties are doing this year. By delaying a few days or.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything they're doing this year. If there's to my knowledge, they've had generally a full supply because of the operations of Green Mountain Reservoir. So if they're doing some sort of consumption reduction, it probably would be, meet the definition because there is available supply to meet the needs from the natural flow or being released from storage.
Under this program, I think they are.
Yeah, but something like that could work. I mean, for instance, I think here's a classic, maybe example of why you have to have your water supply available. Let's just say I'm a rancher in Marty's County, up in Uray County, and I sign up in the fall for the next year and say, hey, I'm going to fallow 80 acres and I'm going to get paid for it. And then the snowpack turns out like it did this year. And April 1, some mean person down the Uncompahgre Valley Water User Project puts a call that shuts off that rancher in Uray County for the entire season. There's no conserved water, even though their fields are still dry, even though they didn't irrigate and consume water, there was no available water supply for them to conserve. So they would not get paid under the project because their water supply was not available. And so but for participation in the project, that water would have been consumed is the key. Now, if it's somebody that same year in the Uncompahgre project, and this goes to Tom's comment earlier, the Uncompahgre project, see Mark's getting his camera on.
Oh, yeah.
All right, see, if someone down the Uncompahgre project, they have that firm water supply because they are able to call out the water user in Uray and use a little bit of Taylor Park water and use a little, or Taylor water and use a little bit of Blue Mesa. And they get their full supply, but they participate in the program. They'll get paid if they actually follow their land under that concept.
This water was available.
Right.
Director Alvey, and then Richard, and then Catlin.
So just a couple of questions. First, I'm not sure that October 1st is a good time to be making that decision. I think that's a technical issue that maybe needs a little more thought. Betting a whole lot on it far in the distance forecast prediction, and we've talked about how those predictions are not too good. So anyway, just that.
Very good point.
And then the other thing is how, and maybe there's a simple answer to this, I just don't know their systems well, but how do Trans Mountain diverters actually account for a reduction in consumptive use? What do they offer as proof? I mean, on a farm, we say, look, that field's not getting irrigated.
Sure.
But they're not cutting people
There are a couple
off.
ways, there are a couple ways that I think they could do it, and there are probably more. But one would be take the city of Denver Water, they could institute drought restrictions that they save for really dry years in a year that is a wet year. And they could show a reduction in their, by limiting outdoor water use on their, at their end point of consumption, they could demonstrate that reduction in use for that year compared to a normal year where those reductions were not in place. That's one. Another is they could dry up significant portions of public parkland or neighborhoods. They could have a neighborhood program where they could ask people if they want rebates on their water bills for not irrigating their lawns for a period of time so that they could ship water downstream in Colorado.
And just to be clear, a West Slope municipality could do the same.
Yeah,
exact thing.
Yeah.
Could they just shut the pumps off?
Well,
No.
not if they fill,
that's the key.
they fill the hole that was created by shutting the pump off. If they fill the hole the next year, then as Andy said, as Lake Powell sees it, there's no impact. You know, in year two, I'm sorry, there's no
savings,
no
no benefit.
savings. Yeah, in year two, there's no benefit.
Because I'm sure they're going to claim that once it's, if they don't divert it, then it's contributed to the stream. And that's going to be a serious argument.
Yeah, we've heard a little bit of that.
Dr. Richard,
So
then Catlin.
let's be optimistic here. We have some wet years. I elect to, we have a wet year coming up. I elect to not follow a ranch or a field or whatever it may be. Is there credit during the wet years?
Yeah, yeah, that's, I mean, in fact, you know, let's be honest.
As opposed to just doing it during the dry year?
No, I think in fact, there's very little water available during a dry year. This year in particular, most of our water users couldn't have participated in a demand management program this year, right? So in order to get, and that's why I say that the UCRC and the states have to set a wet, medium and dry year quota essentially for each state or for the program as a whole, and then each state has to figure out how to produce that. Because if it's a wet year then the acreage produced in the entire upper basin might be 50,000 or 75,000 acre feet. If it's a dry year, I think we'd be lucky to see 10,000 acres. Yeah. And so and I would say, Tom, I just going back to Tom's question, because I think it's related, is I think October 1st is too early, but I think you could do some preliminary setting, kind of like they do with the interim guideline issues. You know, here's October 1st, what we think, but we're going to revisit this on March 1st or March 30th, you know, and so there are some ideas.
Director Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say that myself. This water banking really, the place that it will work the best is in long years because there's some water to generate to go downstream. A winter of summer like we've had, I don't think some of these guys could have lived up to a contract for water, you know, for not using it. You know, even in places that people think we've got more water than what we need, there's a lot of ground that was laid idle this last year in the Uncompahgre Valley because of the projected shortages we were going to have. That's one of the reasons that people raised a crop, because they laid aside their marginal ground. And some guys said, well, no, we're not going to raise onions because they use too much water. Some of those kind of things. So I think every one of us that has a head gate anywhere will have to make up their mind as to how many acres they can afford to lay aside and or get paid for. And the other thing is, and I haven't heard any discussion about price. The Front Range is selling water at $75,000 an acre foot. And they want to pay us $300 to $400 to lay aside some ground so they can keep selling it. Somebody's got to address that in some way, shape, or form. because the water they're selling at $75,000 an acre foot came from this side of the mountain.
Right.
And now here we are starting to say, well, we're going to have to lay aside ground to get paid. We don't know how much, but we're willing to do it because it's voluntary and it's temporary. That's not right, guys. Somebody needs to address the water market on the eastern slope is what's driving everything over there. And they're expecting us to cover some of those depletions, and we simply cannot do it. The communities we live in can't afford to do it because of those number of acres of ground that doesn't make that economic activity up and down Main Street. You can see it in my community, and we're supposedly had a good year. We didn't have that good a year. And I'm sure in each one of your communities, you can see it too. Because when that call goes on, it changes Christmas, no matter what day you put that call on. And right now, Mother Nature's putting the call on. Yet the Front Range continues to divert the same amount of water they always do. We need to talk about that.
I agree, Director Kavanaugh. The way we've addressed that in this proposal is the intrastate proportionality, which we're getting to, is based on our phase 3 risk study that you just heard a summary of from John Karen. 57% of the state's post-compact depletions are front range depletions. And so what we're suggesting in this set of rules is that 57% of the water needs to come off the front range. Now, remember, what we're suggesting in here too, in terms of a market, is that it's a recognition that the market price for an acre foot of water is going to vary not only within our subbasins, but it is going to vary between east and west slope. And so on the front range, it's likely that the water value that the state will have to pay is much higher. But that's the only way you protect that proportionality of contribution that you're talking about, and that I think this district firmly believes has to happen. And I mean, this goes back, to 2018 when we got involved, or when I came in and we got involved in those statewide discussions. Proportionality by post-compact depletion makes sense. And yes, the front range would have to contribute under this concept 57% of that water. Or 50. Yeah,
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right, but I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think it's a good place to point out that whether it's with respect to the concept here of the front range contribution based on their proportionate take of post-compact depletions or proportionate responsibility for post-compact consumptive use in the state, or any other of the subbasins, the West Slope subbasins, that doesn't mean that we're asking them to make a 57% reduction in their trans-mountain diversions. It doesn't equate to that. And just for example, just to point it like the Yampa obligation, based on its pro rata proportion of post-compact consumptive use, is 6.3%. So it would be responsible for 6.3% of the state's total contribution to a demand management program. If, again, by way of example, you assume that the state is trying to get in 100,000 acre feet per year, which by the way would be pretty high. Likely, if it ever gets adopted, would be at least initially, half of that, if not lower. If you assume that 100,000 acre foot annual statewide goal, that 6.3% in the Yampa would equate to 3.2% of the Yampa's total consumptive use of Colorado River Basin water, because it has pre and post compact depletions. And you can meet this obligation using post compact water or pre-compact water. So taking that same analysis and applying it to the TMDs, where Andy, I think correctly says, that's 57% of the state's total post-compact depletion. If you are looking at a 100,000 acre foot annual statewide obligation, that would not equate to a 57% reduction in their TMDs. It would equate to a 10% reduction in total TMDs in order to achieve that annual goal which is not an insignificant task for amount of water. But I just want to be clear, those are what we're not asking people to make reductions of that amount of their total use.
And that's on the chart, just for people to look at and study. It's a hard concept to get your head around. It's at the top of page 7 on the memo, which is page 159 in the PDF packet. So if there were 100,000 acre foot pool, as Peter's saying, the front range or east slope diverters would have to contribute under this theory 57,100 acre feet in that year to that pool. That amounts to 10.4% of their total Colorado River usage. And that's whereas the Yampa will be producing 6,300 acre feet of water, which amounts to 3.2% of its total Colorado River usage. Right.
And again, that 100,000 acre foot target is likely high by at least double. So you would simply divide, if the state's obligation was 50,000 acre feet per year, you would divide the last column by 2 to come up with the total amount of reduction we received.
So just as an anecdote, I was sitting in an IBCC meeting at one of those roundtable breakout sessions, and we were talking about 50,000 acre feet. And a couple of roundtable front range water guys said we can come up with our portion of that, which would be 25,000 acre feet. We can come up with that. No problem. We can, when you're that kind of usage we have, we can, yeah. So it's not impossible to do that.
Right.
Okay, Treasurer Taylor. Yeah, I'm thinking about unintended consequences, and I have no idea what all they are, but one of them that occurs to me is when you talked about an example of the Front Range doing irrigation reductions in a wet year. They should probably be doing that anyway. Eagle County has irrigation reductions year round regardless of wet years. So it could work against somebody doing conservation measures that they should do anyway if they could get paid to do that.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, there's some pretty good studies out there that show that permanent water conservation in urban areas is much more effective than temporary drought-driven restrictions. And in fact, something that I'm talking to a lot of our West Slope municipalities about, and I think there's a section in this memo that talks about urban or domestic water providers, where there are sometimes significant system investments they have to make to have permanent long-term conservation of water. Right now, domestic water providers look at that as a way to save water for future growth, right? They get their reduction in use, whether through a permanent outdoor watering restriction or other system conservation effort within their system. And then they have that water available for their future growth. And what we're saying is, okay, but if in between the period of time where you save the water on an annual basis and the period of time where the growth actually starts consuming it, that water could be contributed to the demand management program and count as demand management water. Now, the current agreement, going back to the question as to is the word temporary in the Upper Basin Demand Management Agreement, it is. So it needs to be changed in order to allow for a permanent change of use to somehow get credit, because we want to encourage urban water conservation. And even Mr. Catlin thinks that's a good idea, apparently. And I mean, we want to do that. So how do we get them to encourage that permanent in all of our cities? And I'm not just picking on the Front Range. I mean, all of our cities, we've really got some interesting water uses. We've talked about even on our own building that we'll be changing this summer. So it's that kind of concept that we've really got to look at and understand. I agree.
Well, and to your point of unintended consequences, I hear what you're saying, and I think, well, that sounds reasonable, but what about the billionaire that buys a ranch in Gunnison County and says, I don't really want to irrigate. I'll go for permanent. You're doing it for permanent for these guys. I'll go for permanent too.
Well, but I think there are different rules for different sectors. And that's, I mean, that temporary, by the way, ended up in large part in these agreements because of advocacy by our district for preservation of agriculture.
I understand.
So that's why it's there. Changing that for ag, to getting rid of that would potentially change the very fabric of our.
But does it also change the would have and could have proposition that Alden's talking about?
Yeah, and our proposal or part of this memo that talks about industrial waters.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be.
I know, we'll get to that.
Okay, Richard and then Kurt.
Another, being in the headwaters.
Yeah.
Another potential unintended consequence. Based off of Representative Catlin's comments on the value of water on the other side. One fire concept is probably maybe keeps us out of it, but what's going to prevent Denver or Northern from coming to ranchers up in the Grand County area and saying, hey, here's an extra $1,000 an acre to shut down for the year.
Because there's a cap on the total Colorado River Basin contribution. That cap is capped under the program. For it to count as demand management water, it gets capped in this instance on 100,000 acre foot pool for the in basin, it's capped at a total of 10,100 acres.
And sorry to interrupt, but I think if I'm catching your question, we've been insistent throughout that the contributions by each basin needs to be a contribution of wet water, not a contribution of money to encourage the reduction in consumption in a different basin. I don't know if that.
No, that's fine. That I want to make sure it's covered to where that doesn't become a potential issue.
Yeah, I mean,
You cover
right under this.
There,
Yeah, under this theory, under this market structure that's in front of everybody today, Denver or in that case maybe Northern, whomever it is, couldn't get credit for drying up your property as part of the demand management because your basin, it would be credited to the in-basin Colorado River use, and that's capped at 10 point. Probably is. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I did.
Okay, that's a good.
Cover that. It doesn't mean they couldn't otherwise pay you to reduce your consumption or to abandon your water right, which has historically happened in particular in Grand County in order to increase the yield of the junior water.
No, I mean that.
Yeah, right. I mean that has happened.
Director Kurt.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if you can look ahead, we're kind of jumping around a little, but I just need clarification on a section coming up under I5. What is a local agent? What was the thought process there? What did you guys mean when you put those words?
Well, this comes from the concepts that were voiced in our stakeholder group. I can say that some of the folks from the Grand Valley felt that they did not want the state to be the one administering a program in their valley. And they wanted a local organization that has the capacity, say the Grand Valley Water Users Association, to run the program locally and potentially, as I think I stated in here, potentially apply for waivers and run a local program that would allow them to do it the way the local community wants to see it.
So you didn't mean us, you meant.
I don't mean us, but it was voted when I commented that the Grand Valley Water Users Association is a rare organization on the West Slope where most of our irrigators don't have an organization with the capacity, the institutional capacity to administer the program. The answer from some of our stakeholders was, well, great, then on a regional basis, you guys can do it. And that made my eyes pop out of my head because I had no desire to run that program, just to be clear all of you, but because some, you know, and this is consistent with our polling, we're a more trusted regional local government than the state of Colorado, so our water users are more likely to trust us to run something like that. You know, my initial reaction is to run for the hills when that's suggested, but you know, it is an idea. That's why it's here. It came from folks in the Grand Valley. That's why. Okay. So, and by the way, those same folks didn't express great trust of us either. So I just want to be clear that government in any form is often not well trusted. And I understand.
And Madam Chair, I had a question about a section that's way down, so I was gonna wait till he
Why
got
don't we
through.
wait and let Andy kind
Yeah.
of get there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Going back to what Peter said about somebody selling for the benefit of the junior water right. So somebody's proposing that and I'm below them and I have a senior right and that damages my right. What happens then?
I don't know the specific facts, but the facts in your situation, but what has occurred in Grant County and has actually gone to the Supreme Court decades ago was the acquisition of a senior water right by Denver and abandon it. Denver's junior diversions were upstream, and simply by virtue of the hydrology and where the physical structures were located, the abandonment of that senior water right by 10 CFS increased the ability of Denver to divert by 10 CFS when it otherwise would have been called out by that senior water. That was challenged as sort of a de facto change of water right that didn't go through water court. And the Supreme Court said, no, it's not a change of water right, that you can't force anybody to continue to divert their water right. He just sold, or he or she just sold, and Denver decided once it acquired the water right to abandon it. So I'm not quite sure of the specific factual situations in your situation, but if it's going through without any sort of associated change of water right, it may not have a ton.
Well, and mine's just, if that happens, say, above me, then it would definitely harm my water or harm my springs.
Right. Well, for example, the water right in this situation that was ceased to be irrigated, presumably there could have been somebody downstream who relied in part on the return flow throughout the historical irrigation season, the late season accretion of return flows to the stream that relied on that. But since there's no change of water right occurring, there's no protection for those historical reliance on the return flows.
And that's why in this program, we have that required change proceeding with notice to likely harm people, publication, resume, a right to appeal to a de novo trial in water court. It's trying to build in those institutional protections that are there under current change cases. And again, that is likely not to be very popular with all of our constituents and all of our all the folks in the water space. Just to be clear, I think that will be viewed pretty controversial from some folks who otherwise would really like to see a demand management program operate with great needs. So moving on, just real quick.
Just a quick follow-up on what Director Hazard said. Is there enough knowledge to know if the water just, say, goes into the stream in May instead of going on the field for flood irrigation? So it goes downstream instead of soaking into the land and slowly back out to the streams. What's the potential of those creeks running dry later in the summer? That happened in Fresh Creek this summer, and there's some speculation that's because there's a lack of flood irrigation.
Yeah, I think that there is some science, but there needs to be more science developed on the return flows. I think this board has historically viewed return flows in the upper reaches of our stream systems to be incredibly important to stream health later in the year. There are some places where we've also worked to prevent those deep percolation of and return flows where there's high selenium and high salt. So it's you've just got to hit the right place when you're talking about it. But I mean, I've lived in Erie County for 2 decades, and the Uncompahgre in late August and early September is a gaining stream, and there's no between Uray and Ridgeway, those 10 miles, and there's no tributary flowing during that period of time. It's all the water that's coming back from the flood irrigation. So it is a real thing, but we need some science behind it. So.
Bobby, you got a whole 6-page letter that we wrote about demand management on how return flows carry. I mean, that's exactly how the White River takes. So, and we've actually done the modeling to see where a 10 to 20% increase. Well, now all of a sudden we've got water shortages a month, maybe 2 months earlier, and they'll extend a month, 2 months later because you just removed that flood irrigation. And that's actually being part of the PBO that we're doing right now, where we did that modeling to see efficiency, what happens when you don't have the storage to back up your efficiency.
And that's a great point. For those who were on the board at the time, you might remember that the board actually under our small grant program declined to grant one of our former directors a grant application in the White River who wanted to switch over to sprinklers, and because of the concerns about the return flows. So
correct.
That is definitely an issue.
So there's a little bit of confusion about return flows too. What the definition is. We had a grant request last week, and over push water, too much push water is not return flow. Return flows, things that actually went in the grass and come back up.
I consider that waste stream.
Yeah, in push water, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, sorry.
All right, so going to J now, at the bottom of page 7, each type of water user sector shall contribute a proportional share of consumptive use within each basin. The chart at the top of page 8 on that memo shows those proportionate uses, and you know, we'll just say, you know, our engineering staff put this together based upon water plan technical update numbers and some conversion. Just like the risk study numbers, I would say they will maybe have some refinement. These are merely being put out there for the purposes of discussion. Brendan would shoot me if I said they were 100% accurate, because I asked Brendan to do this on a really fast basis. And so he did a great job, but just keep in mind they're rough estimates. It is shocking to really look at sometimes that, you know, industrial and municipal is such a small percentage of the consumptive use. And so I think this goes to points made by our board members that if you're really talking about a demand management, even if it's proportional, demand management program, even if it's proportional and the domestic and industrial world contributes their proportion, the vast majority of water will in fact have to come out of drying up agriculture in one way or the other. And that is a concern. It is a concern with this board's policies about maintaining productive West Slope agriculture. It is a real concern, and I draw that to your attention not because I'm trying to tank this, but just because I want everybody to really focus on that issue and understand it. It's the reality that that's where the majority of water is used. Thank you.
Well, I'll have to bring up my comment again. So proportionality of what? And again, 97% of our water already goes down the creek, and so we're going to be making 3.2% of what we do use. We'll be sending like 99% of our water down the creek. So, depends on what that base number is, what number it is. Yeah. I don't know what would be fair to do it different, but I'm just saying the AMPA is going to be making a big contribution there.
You're right that agriculture is definitely going to be a huge contributor, but don't forget the point earlier about the Trans Mountain diverters. I mean, there's 57% of this total that's going to come from them.
Yeah.
I just don't want the point coming from the River District to be that farmers are going to be the solution to this, because we're part of the solution, and we are a large percent of the total water use. But when you look at post-compact diversions, the target is just as much on municipalities, or it should be.
Well, and I hear it. I do just want to point out, because I've had some conversations with some front range agricultural water users. Okay, and there are a number of front range agricultural water users in the Arkansas, in the South Platte, who depend, their lifeblood, they know it, depends on Colorado River water availability. And the city of Pueblo leases a significant portion of its trans-basin diversion water to an ag program. Those lessees are very concerned that the percentage, whatever percentage it is that's arrived at, that Pueblo has to contribute, is going to come straight out of their production and not out of the city of Pueblo. And just and that goes back to our discussion as a board, that in order for our agricultural operations to be successful in our state and in our markets, we oftentimes need that critical mass of agricultural production that occurs also on the Front Range, that also depends on Colorado River water. So it's while a growing percentage of that water that's brought over in the trans-basin diversion is used in municipalities, there is still a significant amount of ag in the Front Range, northeastern Colorado in particular, that depends upon Colorado River water.
That's a really good point, and it's a perfect example of an unintended consequence.
Right, and it is something we got our eye on. I welcome solutions to that.
Yes, and quantification of that.
Yeah.
I don't know what what the population value is. I think 10,000 or 15,000 is a number that sticks in my head. But if you have a community that has that, you already have to have a drought contingency plan within there. And all these towns and municipalities, they've already got drought contingency plans in there. They can enact sitting there at the snap of their finger, and it's already worked into their system. This is nothing new for them. They've already calculated for it.
I think the solution, I don't have it either, but it's uniform to the West Slope, because our municipalities, Grand Junction could go buy a farm and say, that's for future use, but that's gonna be our contribution.
Yeah.
So the same thing can apply to
Yeah,
West and down. The same solution will have to be that.
Yep. So moving on. So in the industrial sector, let me just say, our demand management stakeholder group did not take a position on industrial water as part of a demand management program. That was at the direct request of our industrial representatives who were on our stakeholder group. There's great concern about plans overreach by state and or federal government about industrial water. This proposal that's in here is not blessed by, promoted by, encouraged by the holders of water that has been used in coal plants and or power plants. Okay, this is just like the proposal on agriculture wasn't endorsed by agricultural producers. This is just a proposal, okay, and it does not have the blessing of the power companies or the coal mines, and so it is a concept that deserves to be talked about. And I just want to stress that, but what we're saying here is, look, you know, the power plants and coal mines are going through a period of transition. To the extent that the owners of those water rights, and they're private property rights owned by those power companies, to the extent that those water rights are going through a transition, and maybe there's a period of non-use before they get applied to a different use, maybe there is a period of maybe there's some process at the state that a percentage of that water goes back to local consumptive needs that we don't have anything to do with, and that's not it's not a demand management concept, but it may occur under PUC regulations or otherwise. That's fine, but to the extent that there's non-use of a water right in our state for a period of time, and let's just say Tri-State figures out how to transition their plant from coal-fired power plant to a hydrogen generating plant. Hydrogen generation consumes water. That's where they get it from. So, but it takes 10 years to get there. right? In technology and construction and all of those things. What I'm saying is, well, do we want to argue for during that period of time, that consumptive water is eligible for participation in this demand management? And I think Tom's got some thoughts on it. I'll just throw out there that one of the reasons I put it in there is that if that power plant transition water can be part of a solution, it relieves the pressure we were just talking about on ag. It's a contribution that frankly might otherwise come from the agricultural sector that could come from water that isn't being used. It doesn't meet the but-for test that's in the demand management storage agreement. Frankly, there are a whole bunch of examples of lower basin ICS, which they've got credit for sitting down in Lake Mead, that they can pull out at any time they want, that they credit it from schemes just like this, right? Where they were using it, and then the city of Las Vegas paid everybody to put in more water efficient toilets. So somehow they got credit for that, and they've got credit sitting in Mead, and someday they're going to pull it out. Well, if it's good for them, why isn't that concept good for us, right? That's just an example. And Tom, I probably ought to let you tell me why, because I'm just.
Well, I'm going to take some convincing, I'll put it that way. First of all, I think good luck convincing the lower basin that we have a use that we can't put to use anymore, and that it won't just flow into Lake Powell to their credit without being in our pool. I think that's going to be a tough sell. But I also think that if something like this were to be entertained by the owners of those water rights, and I know you have phone calls like that, but if that was to be entertained, what about all of those users who are currently short of water in the irrigation season? That those two power plants, that's 25 CFS, 365 days a year. And so during the irrigation season, are we just going to float that water right by those guys? There has to be a caveat that maybe the rest of the year, you know, if you ever sell, at least me on that concept, it has to be carved out for the irrigation season so that water can be used in the valley for its originates. And then does the credit get accredited just to the ML? And if it does, and I had a good long conversation with a couple other irrigators, and one of them is on your stakeholder, that there's a lot of people who would sign up right now for demand management. And so we always talk about the impacts in preserving agriculture, but if we're talking about a cap of 6.3%, there's going to be and that amount was met totally by something like this. There's going to be people who are saying, where's my opportunity?
So do I hear you saying that maybe it shouldn't be credited to the basin?
No, I'm just asking.
Just asking how to
find
deal
that
with it. I think you flagged an issue, Tom, pretty well. So
Director Moncrief has his hand up.
So I guess just in all of this thing, it has to be reduced consumptive use. So it's taking out a plant, taking out one unit or something like that, and not just releasing the inventory that they have, drought inventory.
Yes.
We haven't gotten to the
sections.
section. I was gonna
Keep
offer
going.
comments.
So the agricultural sector, again, reduction in consumptive use. I've listed 3 ideas, but I'm sure there are other ways in which reductions in consumptive use might be able to be achieved by creative irrigators. So that's why I had D as the catch-all under M, small ruminant, number 2, D. You know, there's if in fact, you know, one of the things, so I think some of the members of the board have seen this down in PVID or in IID, when they fallow land, it's brown and down. It's dead. It has to be, or else they don't get credit for being fallowed. I can't imagine there's anybody in the state of Colorado that wants to insist on agricultural land in our state being absolutely brown and down, nothing growing. That's a terrible idea from a soil health perspective. It's a terrible idea from a viable agricultural perspective. It's a terrible idea from an air quality perspective. I could go on in terms of why we would not want to encourage that. So there's going to have to be some ways in which you can mitigate that, whether it's a cover crop or some other form of soil health effort. You know, some irrigators, I will tell you, have talked to me and said, hey, this would be a great opportunity for me to kill my field and replant it with a better drought resistant, more protein filled grass for my cows. And I would love to be able to do that. So if I could get paid to do that, then I would have the money to actually do what I need to do to my field, right? So there are ideas out there, but you've got to be able to figure that out on a local scale. And that's part of why I think our stakeholders said to us, we really want some local control over what this looks like in our neighborhood and in our area. But to the extent that soil health treatment or whatever you want to call it consumes water, that water doesn't get counted as you know, it gets subtracted from the conserved consumptive use. There is put in, you know, all of these numbers are arbitrary, right? So I put in no more than 30% of the irrigated land in any one subbasin shall be fallowed under this program, and no more than 10% in any one subbasin shall be fallowed under this program for more than 2 consecutive years. No more than 30% of any federal project shall be fallowed. No more than 30% of any ditch system irrigating more than 200 acres shall be fallowed under this program in any given year. Here's an interesting one. No more than 30% or 200 acres of land owned by a single person, trust, corporation, limited liability company, or group of related persons or entities shall be fallowed under this program in any given year. That's being aimed at spreading that opportunity around, as Tom just said, for farmers and ranchers to participate. It's also perhaps aimed at people who might be aggregating lots of acres to participate in a demand management program. And then I think this is maybe one of the more controversial issues, and I wanted to get this into the conversation, an exception to this rule. If the land meets a definition of marginally productive land, which will have to be agreed upon later, by the way, I'm not saying I have that definition yet, then maybe they can fallow 60% or up to 600 acres of land under that concept. So meaning one of the problems with demand management is that it's indiscriminate. It offers the ability of anybody, no matter how productive your land is from an agricultural perspective, to participate. From a societal perspective, again, keep in mind we're using societal dollars on this market. From a societal perspective, treating all land the same and taking out your most productive agricultural land instead of incentivizing the reduction of that marginally irrigated land and allowing people to get paid for it, seems like something we might want to think about. And I just want to finish this thought and then open it up. And that the next one, you know, is no irrigated agricultural property shall be fallowed in this program for more than 2 consecutive years or a total of 4 out of any running 10-year period. An exception to the rule is for marginally productive land, which could be done for a period not to exceed 10 consecutive years. Again, kind of aiming that at encouraging a reduction in use on land that's not productive. It's that, you know, I don't need to tell all of you, it's back 20 that you have to dump 3 times the amount of water on and you get 1/3 the crop. If you get paid for that and maybe even get a premium to get paid for that, are we doing our overall agricultural industry an outsized benefit? And I'm, again, just throwing that idea out there. It's not one that I would die on the sword for, but I just want to throw it out there. Those are the concepts. The reverse auction we've already talked about to some extent, but I want to open it up to those discussions.
Now, we've got
Not that momentous, really, but I read all these thoughts and we might need a little more flexibility in certain areas where like in the Upper Gunnison Basin where I live, it's a lot of large landowners and they're a single entity. So we, the 200-acre limit for a single entity might not be the best approach in areas where you've got, and maybe Uray County's like that a little bit, where you've got this aggregation of landowners and you might have one person who has a large place. So, and I understand you were throwing out numbers just to get the conversation going, but that might be worth thinking about being a little more flexible. And then and I see that the marginally productive land hasn't been defined yet, and I appreciate the thought process there, but our marginal ground pasture ground that's got a gradient that's hard to irrigate might not have a good consumptive use return on if you took it out of production, and that's why it's marginal, because we can't get good yield on that ground, and so it might not be a lot of bang for our buck on that. Just inherently, it could be problematic for that reason. So those are just some thoughts. Is sometimes I think we might be making this thing so restrictive that it'll never get off the ground with all of the that we're thinking about it so hard that I don't know if anybody's gonna want to volunteer and in the name of equity and proportionality and what have you. I don't know how much we're really going to be able to create in terms of historic consumptive use if we make it too restrictive. So that was just an overall thought, and I understand what we're trying to do here to protect society and protect agriculture from itself, and God forbid they make their own business decision. But I just think we might need to have a little bit of a leash on some of the acreage or percentage requirements to actually make this thing, if it were to actually get off the ground. Just a general observation.
Director Richard. Kathleen makes an excellent point there. Our marginal land, at least in Grand County, probably is very similar to Gunnison. That's our pasture. And there is no consumptive use, probably or minimal. We get it wet maybe once. If we get it wet a second time, it's all bonus. We get one rain, we've got fall pasture.
If you even get it wet.
Yeah. But there is no consumptive use on the marginal land probably in Grand County. So we'd be looking at more of the irrigated hay meadow that we can get wet 3 or 4 times to show that actual consumptive use.
Right, but that's not, this wouldn't exclude that.
Right, correct.
At all. It would just, it's where there is marginal land that is irrigated, that could be contributed. It's that trying to incentivize that.
But then not to exceed 10 years, at that point in time, if I said, okay, I'll do some marginal land for 10 years, at that point in time going back, I have sagebrush. Everything's gone. So where is my consumptive use at that point? Where does that fall with my water rights and stuff? So there's, I think, some issues. We get a new water commissioner says, well, what are you doing? You can't irrigate. I haven't irrigated it for 10 years. There's certainly a lot of things to look at when you make.
I understand. I mean, yeah, I hear you, Mike. And there are a lot of issues there, but at least
it's simple, but for the guy that's sitting on the ground, it's not.
Director Brick.
Kathleen, I think you made some excellent points tonight, but before I say this, I want to say this is the most comprehensive put together document that we've seen from anybody, and there's a lot of merit here. If you say, do I like, well, that depends. And you said that. So one of my thoughts on the reverse auction is that's a race to the bottom, and you get some producers who are kind of hard up that year. And I say, well, I'll do it for $400 an acre foot. And Catherine said, man, we're kind of need to make a payment. I'll do it for $3. And Mike says, gosh dang, I'll do it for $250. And pretty soon we're just beating ourselves up. And I don't like reverse auctions. I think there's been enough pilots and there's been the economic study. I think we have a pretty good idea of a number range that should be set.
Well, I think you could set the number, and Tom, I totally agree with you that, you know, our secondary economic study said pretty much based on studies they did and conversations they had with producers, you pay someone 150% of the value of their crop and they'll participate, right? The question in that is what happens if you're in a basin that you can't get that participation at that level? Is there a mechanism to then go up? And there could be. So your concern, and I think it's valid, is that race to the bottom. So maybe you set a floor at 150 or 130%, whatever it is, and then you go up from there if you have to. I don't know.
I think that's right. And to me, you want oversubscription. You want enough people because you're going to have a rotating 2 years and then the next person can get in. You want oversubscription and to keep it proportional. And I agree with you. Equity is being overused, but I'm going to use it. So to be equitable is you do a lottery. And we put it, only one of us can participate, and you put Kathleen and Mike and I's name in the hat and Doug's, and we draw a name. That's who gets to participate.
And Grand Valley water users had to do that on their system. Yeah. They initially didn't, and they got in a whole lot of trouble because it seemed like a lot of board members signed up for it.
So to me, that's better to have oversubscription and then select participants in some of the.
I think I want to kind of bring this to a close since we're now after 5. We haven't talked about funding. You know, there's a little piece in here about not more than 40% comes from tax revenues, some other possible funding sources. We're not going to solve the funding source issue tonight in the next 5 minutes in any event. But I think the discussion here has been very good because I haven't heard anybody just say, well, this was the stupidest thing we've ever seen put together, right? I mean, I think it was put together well with just drawing from other decisions or directions, policies we've already, you know, things we asked to be in demand management from our studies. I mean, this is drawn, they did a great job, I think, of drawing from a lot of stuff we've done over the last 2 to 3 years, conversation that we've had the stakeholder group and so on. But I think this has really been really good. I guess the question for the group at this point is, now what do we want to do with this? Where do we go from here with it? What do we do with it? This has just been for our discussion. Do we want to send it to Southwestern District? Do we want to send it to CWCB? Do we want, you know, what do we do with this work product and discussion to keep moving it forward? And I don't know that, you know, I don't know that there's a quick or easy answer to that, but we might take just a few minutes to kind of ruminate on that before we all go check in and adjourn for dinner. Yes.
That's such a great way to tee this up. Is the CWCB taking input? It's like, I mean.
Yeah, I think they're very receptive to our input. They've, you know, for instance, our stakeholder management, our stakeholder group report, the very few days after I presented to this board, I presented to the CWCB board. They were very interested in it. They frankly were more engaged on that and are craving rules and suggestions and ideas. And that's what I've heard. I got several communications from their board individually afterwards saying, so how about you get the next step done and get it to us too? And not because their staff's not doing it. I don't mean to say that. They're just, they're looking for ideas. And I'm not saying that we're gonna be the ones to solve their problem, but they need some concrete ideas. My only concern is that I don't think this document represents a consensus of our board, and I would hate to injected into that conversation because it would be potentially taken that way. And I'd be very concerned about that. I guess I think there are parts of this that perhaps should move into the discussion. And so, we don't meet again until January. Staff could take what we've heard from you. I welcome, as you were thinking about it, you could call us. We could present it one more time to you in January and discuss some elements of it and say, hey, this is what we think might be worth forwarding on to the CWCP, rather than having this document, which I'm not even saying I endorse. I mean, Peter might like it all. Not us two, but it's worth talking about, but I don't want to be our.
I like the idea of bringing this back on the January agenda, because I think we've had a full discussion, but I don't think it's a complete discussion. I think we still have a lot more to ruminate. A lot of good points have been made today. And so I think it would be my suggestion that you do a rewrite, revisions. And I would suggest we schedule this for another hour and a half on the January agenda.
Good idea.
And I would only, the other thing I would add to that is, I would love it if you, when you're out there, talk to your constituents about some of these concepts. And invite me and Peter or whomever to come listen. Because I suspect that there will be groups that will contact me after this discussion, as it often happens. We need the input from our constituents to be an ongoing process, a reiterative process. And I mean, for instance, we didn't even get into the environmental, pluses or minuses and how you handle that. There are lots of different ways to handle that. So I just think we need some more input from you, from your constituents, from our constituents. Let's try to do that and think about ways, and I'm open to suggestions from the board as to how to get more of that.
But let's make sure that it's scheduled for sufficient time in January. Again, I mean, because I think we could talk about this for another hour and a half or so. And I'd also really like to be able, to the extent that we do have folks who call in, or are on Zoom, who have questions or who'd like to make a comment. We just frankly ran out of time today. But it would be nice to be able to get those comments as well. So I'd like to suggest that, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I think that's a really great direction. I also really like this paper, if not every single thing in it, because it's a complete package, and that's the first complete package I've seen that talks about interstate and intrastate and both sides of the divide and all of the different sectors. So I think the framework is really good, and I'd like, Madam President, your proposed direction to look at it one more time and then send it to CWCB. I don't think we farm it out to others. They can make comments there.
We go to Director Hawes and then Director McGinnis and then Director.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, first of all, thanks to the staff for doing this. If it were easy, it would have been done before now. And so the fact that you all were able to put together something very coherent that generated really good discussion. That's why I didn't want to kind of speak up during the conversation, because it was so lively, and it was really, I think, good to get some of these issues out on the table. I guess my only request would be, can board members submit comments, clarifications, questions, so that, since we didn't get through everything, and then A, can we do that? And B, how do you want to deal with comments from others, like other constituents, because it's out there now, and I just wondered how you all wanted to handle that.
I would welcome board members. I remember you can't email all of you each other, because that's a meeting and email that's not noticed. You can email me and Peter, so please do send us your comments and your thoughts and your questions, or call us, talk to us. I value the input. with respect to other constituents of ours, I fully expect to get lots of calls and emails and discussions, and that's okay. I really didn't actually want to spend any time on the holidays and Christmas time. I'm happy to schedule all sorts of constituent meetings on December 25th and around that period of time. We'll figure out a way to get comments from it.
But maybe if we can get comments in November.
Yeah.
That gives the staff a little bit more of a fair shot at making some revisions.
I was gonna say this, but, oh, I'm sorry. No, you first. Well, first of all, what do you mean, we can communicate with each other, right?
No.
So, if one-on-one, any more than Peter, I'll let legal counsel answer that. Sorry.
3 or more members constitute a meeting if the purpose of that conversation is to discuss river district.
But 2 of us can communicate with them.
2 of you certainly can.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. But yeah, now, thanks. Sorry. Well, I was just gonna say, we historically have taken a conservative approach to that and tried to be, comply to the greatest extent possible, and that's why we take that.
Well, 2 or more is fine, and I don't think we need to put handcuffs on ourselves when handcuffs aren't required, because this requires the communication. And then, well, I'm not finished, yet, just not, man. Yeah, sure, excuse me. The second thing, what other groups are doing like we're doing? I'm concerned with what you said. I get a lot of constituents in Madison County. Where did this come from? And this is your plan, just like you said, this is your plan, even though it's a very rough working document. So I think before we take authorship of, hey, we figured out the demand management, what other groups, and shouldn't we share amongst those groups and maybe have a clearinghouse and kind of put something together?
Well, I guess from a West Folk perspective, between us and Southwest, we are the clearinghouse for our constituents. And I mean, that's how I look at our role. And so I welcome the input and know, for instance, I know the Grand Valley entities are all reading this and looking at this, and I fully expect all sorts of input to come bring me my way from your water users. I absolutely, I was told that would happen yesterday. So I know that, and I think it's really critical because of the way communication happens in today's world. I would appreciate the help of the board, making sure everybody knows this isn't a policy or position of the River District. It isn't a recommendation of myself or Peter or anybody else on the staff. It is exactly what it says it is, a punching bag. So we're not saying we're in favor of this. Yes, I can articulate logic behind these points, but we're not saying we want to see a demand management package. I suspect among the board members, there are vastly different opinions about that subject. So we're just trying to get that discussion going, and it is a little confusing. It's going to be confusing. I can think of a few folks I've met in Mesa County who are going to accuse me of selling everybody's water down the river just because I wrote the doc. I mean, I'm not talking about any of your institutional water users, just others that I've had the pleasure of talking to. So that's okay. But I can use some help explaining that this is a concept, not a proposal by staff.
Well, as Kathy said, it's a great framework.
So I had similar comments that Director McGinnis had. I mean, I'm definitely don't want to say this is a draft or anything, because that insinuates that we're going to consider it and maybe accept it. I'm not sure that we even are even close to even having that. So I don't know. I appreciate the conceptual, maybe it's even market structure concept, I don't know. It's definitely a strong man. So, and again, I appreciate talking points and putting them down on paper. And yeah, I don't know. On a broader perspective, it's kind of like me planning to win the lottery and figure out what I'm going to spend the money on.
I know we would. I have a question. So just the mechanics of how we could get some of the stuff hammered out before January. Can you, after a period of time after this meeting, and you've heard from others and heard from, can you put out a new framework that we can then, and you can say, okay, read this and comment by 2 weeks from today, and then have a couple back and forth that way?
I can certainly try to do that, and kind of kidding about December, but if I could try to get one out by the beginning of December and then get your comments and then get them back in, rework it, that would work fine for me. I really do want comments and thoughtfulness. I know it's hard to, in a quick hour and a half discussion to do that. I mean, I've never heard Taylor be so quiet, and I know Taylor's got a lot of ideas from their minutes. So I fully expect by the time I look at my email, Taylor will have filled it up with a few comments. But I don't mean to pick on you, Director Hawes, sorry, but I do, like, everybody's gonna have ideas. I need to hear them and then incorporate them in, and it may result, by the way, in an A or B, option, like, here's a proposal, and then here's an alternate proposal, right? Because it may merit that kind of discussion.
I think we're just continuing to tee this up for discussion. And at the end of the day, the discussion may evolve all the way around to the, you know what, this clearly shows that the concept doesn't work, for any number of reasons. So I don't think this should be interpreted as the district is going to endorse or support or advocate for a demand management plan, but at least we're getting the issues.
Yeah, and I would just say, if it looks like the upper basin and the state is headed that way, I'd sure like to have some ideas that we've thought about and we think would work for the West Slope, so we can inject them into that conversation. So remember, that's not our decision to implement that. And so if it's getting implemented, let's get our thoughts in a row now so that we can inject our thoughts into it. That's really where I'm coming from.
Right. And I think that's where we were in July when we instructed staff to do this. It was kind of on the basis that rather than have it done to us, perhaps it would be better to take a stab at it ourselves and be proactive rather than strictly reactive. And so I think we've accomplished that. Nice job. Nice job. I think it's been useful. So with that, dinner's at 6. It's in the basement of the Hotel Colorado. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's
Okay.
in something called
I'm
the
sorry, Hotel Denver.
Hotel Denver, not Hotel Colorado. It is, you guys are staying in the Hotel
Hotel
Denver.
California.
You go into the brew pub. There's a stairway to the right of the host station. You go down the stairs.
Director of Compact
And you will find
Negotiations.
yourself, you have to knock 3 times, turn around, and then press the secret button, and it lets you pass.
You can't get back out. You can check out anytime. You can never leave.
Yeah.
All right.
Interstate.
We're gonna recess the meeting until tomorrow morning.
Okay.
8:30. Be there or be square.
There's breakfast here, I believe.
Oh, breakfast here? Is that correct, Audrey? Breakfast here, what time?
Right.
8? Thank you. Steph.
Yeah, there's no breakfast, I think, at the hotel, so there's.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The only